Good morning, everyone. I'm Dr. Tim Kutze, President and CEO of the National MS Society, and it's my honor to welcome you to Shaping Tomorrow Together, our externally led patient-focused drug development meeting dedicated to multiple sclerosis. We've got hundreds of people joining us, affected by MS joining us today, some of you in this room, and many joining us virtually from the United States and around the world. We are grateful to the Food and Drug Administration for their recognition that the best MS experts are the people affected by the disease. We're also grateful to the agency for creating a framework where this type of meeting can happen, where we can recognize and learn from each of you. I also want to take a moment to thank and recognize our moderator, Kim McCleary, whose leadership and expertise have been instrumental in shaping today's program. Thank you, Kim. Today's meeting is a direct reflection of the National MS Society's commitment to cure MS while empowering people affected by MS to live their best lives. Our movement began when our founder, Sylvia Lowry, placed an 11-word ad in the New York Times seeking help for her brother, Bernard, who lived with the disease. Sylvia believed in the power of possibility, and today, through this meeting, we are carrying that belief forward by ensuring that the voices of people living with MS guide the future of research and treatment. And I think it's important that we acknowledge that we're at a remarkable moment in the MS movement. Doctors are diagnosing MS faster than ever before. We have dozens of treatments for MS. And yet, despite this progress, many in the MS community, many of you in this room would say, we aren't doing well. We want to find more and better treatments to support us in our MS journey. In a few of these conversations, I hear a longing that the person with MS could wish that they could tell the people doing research and who develop the treatments and who regulate the treatments what's happening in their life, what matters most to you. Well, today, you will share that, and I'm confident of that. This meeting is a venue for members of the MS community to share your experiences, needs, priorities directly with the FDA, the life science professionals sitting in this room, and the healthcare professionals here today. It's designed to bring the voices of patients, care partners to the forefront of drug development, to listen, to learn, and to shape the future where treatments reflect the real needs of people living with MS. I've spent my career in the MS movement, and I've had the privilege of meeting thousands of people whose lives have been changed by the disease. One of these people is Faith. Faith was diagnosed with MS in 1999, and at that point, the disease-modifying treatments were still really new, and she was basically told to relax, exercise, eat healthy, because that's all there was. Years later, she tried several of the disease-modifying treatments. Each had severe side effects for her. There was the intense flushing, flu-like symptoms that left her curled up for days, even at one point having a mini seizure. Ultimately, she had to stop all of the disease-modifying therapies because for her, the risks outweighed the benefits given her unique health profile. While Faith shared that she also has severe allergic reactions to most medications, she is not alone in struggling to find a medication that can effectively manage her MS without the side effects that don't, leave her unable to carry on with life. Her journey made one thing clear to me. Treatment is not a one-size-fits-all solution, and that innovation can't wait. Today, we're really fortunate to have multiple DMT options, but I don't view that as a luxury. That's really a necessity because MS doesn't look the same for everyone. Every single person with the disease in this room is a unique journey of MS, and we need solutions for that. Our treatments must reflect that. And while we made a lot of progress, the options that we have today still aren't enough. We need new solutions. The need is urgent for those for whom therapies can't work, but importantly also to manage the symptoms, to repair lost function, and ultimately to find us a cure. So as I think about Faith and her MS journey, I ask myself, and I ask all of us, can we shape a different future? This meeting is about shaping that future for Faith, for everyone affected by MS together. The future is going to start now with us. So we are here to listen, to learn, react, and act with urgency, because every voice, every single voice in this room and online matters. Our goal is to deepen the understanding of the burden of that people with MS live with every day, to document the priorities of patients and care partners, because when we understand what truly matters, we can ensure that the future research we conduct is aligned to what people living with MS feel they need most. So your voice is vital. Your experiences and insights and hopes will help us shape this path forward. And together, I believe we will create a future where no one has to face MS alone. And together, we are going to end MS. Before we continue with the program today, I do want to thank our partner and collaborative and sponsoring organizations for their support in making the meeting possible. Your commitment as partners is elevating the patient voice, and this is essential to shaping a better future for everyone affected by MS. So now, let's get on with our agenda. It's my honor to introduce our first two speakers. First, we're going to hear opening remarks from Dr. Michelle Campbell, who is from the U.S. Food and Drug Administration. She'll share the agency's perspective on how externally led, patient-focused drug development meetings inform regulatory decisions about therapies in development. And then her remarks will be followed by Dr. Daniel Antoneda from the Cleveland Clinic, who will provide a brief clinical overview for MS this morning, and then he'll return after lunch to give us a short review of the treatment approaches that he and other healthcare professionals currently use to support individuals living with MS. Bios for Dr. Campbell and Antoneda appear in pages 5 through 7 in the meeting program, and you can also find it on the Shaping Tomorrow Together webpage and in the Resources tab on Zoom for those of you who are participating via the live stream. Dr. Campbell, thank you so much for joining us, and I'll turn things over to you.
Well, good morning, everyone. My name is Michelle Campbell, and I'm the Associate Director for Stakeholder Engagement and Clinical Outcomes in the Office of Neuroscience and the Center for Drug Evaluation and Research. And I'm really happy to be able to be here actually with you guys in person today. You know how close we are to things, and so we really had a really good discussion, and I said, well, I think we have to be here in person today. And so I'm very fortunate to be able to be here. And I'm also going to hold Kim to her comment that she's not going to throw a microphone in anyone's face like mine later. But, you know, you never know. It may happen. So first, I am so happy to see so many patient, caregivers, and advocates both here in the room and online today. Thank you for being a part of this meeting and sharing your experiences with us. I would like to also thank the National MS Society and all the staff that was involved in planning this meeting. I know we also have representation from industry, academia, and other medical product developers today that are participating online as well. While FDA plays a critical role in medical product development, we're just one part of the process, and I'm glad to see a high level of interest from those who also play an important role. Additionally, many of my colleagues from various offices and other medical product centers, my Center for Biologics and the Center for Devices, from the FDA are attending virtually online. So I promise you, I'm not the sole person here and the only one there. There's a whole crew back up at White Oak who's listening online and watching today's meeting to continue to learn directly from you. We share the patient's community's commitment to facilitate the development of safe and effective medical products for multiple sclerosis. And know that when I say medical product development, we mean that in the broadest sense of identifying, developing, and evaluating potential therapies or devices that can help you manage your condition and your everyday life. While you may not see us in person, we are here, and we're here to learn directly from you and your families that may be here with the lived experience with MS. For more than a decade, the FDA started its patient-focused drug development program back in 2012. And as part of this program, we began having these meetings internally that we hosted. And these meetings brought patients, caregivers, and various members of the FDA community together to listen and learn about a patient's experience with their disease or disorder. Here's what we learned from these meetings. Patients are the experts in their lived experience with their disease or disorder. Patients are uniquely positioned to inform regulatory agencies with what their lived experience is like, and to provide us an understanding of the burden of disease and thoughts on currently available treatments and what your hopes and goals are for future direction. Another outcome of those meetings was the growth in general of patient-focused drug development. An example of this is the meeting that we're having today, meetings that happen outside the FDA. A very important product of these meetings is something called the Voice of the Patient report, which gives FDA and other stakeholders a reference for future information when we provide advice in a specific medical product development program for MS. As I said earlier, this is why we're here, to learn from the experts on the lived experience of MS. Our role at FDA is to promote and protect the public health by evaluating the safety, effectiveness, and quality of new products, but we do not develop medical products or conduct the clinical trials. It is, however, our responsibility to ensure that the benefits of a product outweighs the risk. Therefore, having these kinds of dialogue is extremely valuable for us, because hearing what patients and caregivers care about can help us lead a way in figuring out how to best facilitate medical product development and understand how the patient's views of benefits and risks of therapies and devices for MS can inform us. Over the last decade, we have seen a growth in the advancement and improved therapies for people living with MS. Even with this growth and advancement, there is still an areas of unmet needs for therapeutic options for the entire MS community. We often hear from families who ask us, FDA, what do you do with these learnings from these meetings? And how do we incorporate that into our everyday work? Well, we do use these learnings from today and our other engagements that we have with the MS community to inform the advice that we can provide to medical product developers. This can range from concepts that could be measured to support clinical trial endpoints, to considerations of the clinical trial design, what clinical meaningful change would look like from an intervention, and what is the risk tolerance that patients and families are willing to take with the therapy. We truly do learn a lot from these meetings, and we look forward to incorporating what we learned today into our current thinking and understanding of how people living with MS view benefits and risks of therapies and devices for MS. So we want to thank you for your participation. We are grateful for each one of you for being here and sharing your personal stories, experience, and perspectives. And with that, I turn it back to you so we can learn. Thank you.
All right, so thank you so much. I wanted to start off by, of course, thanking Tim Coetzee for the very kind introduction and also thanking the organizers, the National Multiple Sclerosis Society. I was also asked to give a message in Spanish. Para aquellas personas que están escuchando online, hay una traducción simultánea al español en su aplicación de Zoom, así que por favor, si lo pueden hacer clic. So it is quite an honor and a privilege to be talking about a clinical overview of multiple sclerosis, and of course that isn't easy, speaking to people about something that they live in person day in and day out. But I will do my best attempt, and I will do that attempt in 10 minutes. So tall challenge. So I'll start off talking about a slight introduction of what multiple sclerosis is. Then we'll talk about who does MS affect, what do we know about the different causes of multiple sclerosis, what is the course of multiple sclerosis, that is, how does multiple sclerosis evolve over time, what are common symptoms of MS, and then we will finish up with some conclusions. So multiple sclerosis is an inflammatory autoimmune, and we say autoimmune, what we mean is that the immune system, which is generally in charge of protecting our bodies against parasites, virus, and bacteria, for some reason decides to head its inflammation or directs its inflammation specifically against our own body. And in this case, it's against myelin. It is also a neurodegenerative disease, which has multiple different mechanisms. And of course, demyelination is the hallmark of what we see, the stripping of that insulation that surrounds the nerves of the brain and the spinal cord. Historically, we always thought that multiple sclerosis was a white matter disease. And white matter is the part of the brain and the spinal cord where there's a lot of myelin. But now we recognize that multiple sclerosis is also a gray matter disease, areas where there's a lot of the cells of the nerves, which are called neurons. It is a lifelong condition that, if untreated, may lead to accumulation of neurological disability, and the figure on the right shows in blue where the different lesions or spots of multiple sclerosis may occur in the surface of the brain, something called the cortex, in the white matter of the brain, in the brain stem or the lower parts of the brain, and finally in the spinal cord itself. So I described multiple sclerosis as both an autoimmune and a neurodegenerative condition, and this figure illustrates the disease over its course from early to late. And early on in the disease, there's predominantly waves of focal acute inflammation that is occurring. These are cells that are entering the central nervous system and are causing new lesions to be formed. The clinical correlate of those new lesions are multiple sclerosis attacks. Then we also know that there is some component of diffuse injury and perhaps more chronic inflammation rather than acute inflammation that starts probably not as prominently at the beginning, but then starts accumulating over time. And then at the end, we speak about something a little bit more neurodegenerative, also akin to aging of the brain that has multiple sclerosis. Who does MS affect? Well, it is actually a common disease, affecting anywhere between 2 and 4 people per 1,000. We calculate that there's approximately 900,000 Americans that are affected by multiple sclerosis, and we calculate that it's 3 to 4 million people worldwide that have MS. There, of course, are some geographic distances. We know that multiple sclerosis is slightly more common at higher latitudes. Closer to the equator, multiple sclerosis is not as common. We know that it is a condition that is more common in women, and we know that it typically is a condition that starts relatively early, in 20s or 40s. Multiple sclerosis does, however, affect all geographies, affects all races and all ethnicities. And it does appear to be increasing in incidence, particularly in women. In the map on your right side, you can see that even within the United States, we can see that the incidence of multiple sclerosis is slightly different. Slightly more multiple sclerosis in the Midwest and the Northeast as compared to the South and the West. Multiple sclerosis has a significant economic burden. Total costs of $85.4 billion estimated in this study in 2019 that was co-sponsored by the National MS Society. And that cost comes mainly from 2 areas. One, direct medical expenses, and then on the other side, also expenses outside of that, including loss of productivity from people who might have MS. What causes MS? This is really a question that people have dedicated several careers to. And we still do not know for certain what causes multiple sclerosis. We think genetics plays an important role, particularly genetics related to immunity, and we think that that explains somewhere around 20% of the risk of multiple sclerosis. We know that Epstein-Barr virus is a major risk factor for multiple sclerosis, and it might be required for the development of MS. That is, you have to have been exposed to EBV to get multiple sclerosis. However, we also know that approximately 95% of the population has Epstein-Barr virus. So, of course, it is not explaining why some people do get it and some people don't. We know that low vitamin D levels, probably an effect of sunlight exposure, and that relates to the latitude effect. Low vitamin D levels are associated with risk of multiple sclerosis, and there, of course, are diet and modifiable risk factors that are also associated with the risk of MS, and then other conditions, what we call comorbidities, have also been linked to the development of multiple sclerosis. This is a figure that shows the disease course of multiple sclerosis. And you can start all the way on your left side of individuals who are susceptible, either from a genetic risk perspective or from an environmental factor to develop MS. And then those individuals may go on to develop subclinical disease. And that's when multiple sclerosis has started, but there are no clinically observable signs and perhaps patients do not have symptoms. Then multiple sclerosis goes into what we call a prodromal phase. If we look at people who have multiple sclerosis, the 5 years before their their condition starts, we see that they start using the healthcare services a little bit more. They start going to the doctor more. They start getting more prescriptions. And this is kind of what we call the prodrome. So in this preclinical stage of multiple sclerosis, if a person happens to have an MRI and we find lesions of multiple sclerosis, that's something that we call radiologically isolated syndrome. Then we go to the first attack of multiple sclerosis, or something called clinically isolated syndrome, or an individual who might start having progressive neurological disability, and over some time they will develop what we call clinically definite MS, that is, a second attack of multiple sclerosis. And in the past, we had said that a diagnosis of MS equals that second attack, or definite MS, so all the way on the right side of your screen. But now we know that multiple sclerosis biologically starts many years before that. And thanks to the new diagnostic criteria, we can now actually diagnose multiple sclerosis when individuals are asymptomatic but have MRIs that look like multiple sclerosis. So we've gone all the way back, and the only thing we still have to tackle is susceptibility. The disease course of multiple sclerosis has gone through some changes. I'm going to talk about the prior framework, which is probably familiar to everybody in the room, where we talked about relapsing remitting multiple sclerosis. Individuals who had attacks, in between the attacks they were clinically stable, followed several years later by progressive accrual or worsening of their disability over time, and that's what we called secondary progressive MS, and a distinct form called primary progressive MS, which is when individuals had no attacks but just had slow accrual of disability over time. Now, those three bins or categories don't work well, and we know they don't work well because people tell us that they don't work well. The relapsing remitting patient many times doesn't have complete remission of their disease. They continue to have symptoms. And individuals with primary progressive MS, many years into their condition, might have an attack. And so now we think as multiple sclerosis a little bit differently. Our current framework talks about a single disease. We no longer think about these distinct entities. And we think that within that single disease, there are individuals who have progression biology or worsening slowly over time, and there's individuals who might have attacks, relapses, or new MRI lesions, which is more part of what we call relapse biology. And people can go in and out of those phases as they progress along the course of their disease. These are kind of the most common symptoms of multiple sclerosis that affect quality of life. This is a somewhat old study from 1984, but I think it still holds true. The most common symptoms in multiple sclerosis that affect quality of life: fatigue, balance, weakness, bladder symptoms, spasticity, numbness, pain, and bowel symptoms. And I would like to also call attention on the hidden or silent symptoms of MS that might not be as easy to measure or clearly evident, and these include cognitive impairment, fatigue, anxiety, depression, migraine or headache, and sleep disorders. And just to recognize that these occur all the way from the MS prodrome all the way to when people have what we kind of have considered clinically definite multiple sclerosis. So in conclusions, MS is a relatively common condition and appears to be increasing in incidence over time. The economic burden of multiple sclerosis is high. Focal acute inflammation associated with new MRI activity and relapses occurs early on. And then neurodegenerative changes with chronic inflammation are likely later in the disease. MS can now be detected from the pre-symptomatic phase and can be diagnosed when a person does not have symptoms of multiple sclerosis. And we have excellent treatments for focal inflammation, which is going to be the topic of my next talk, but we do not have good treatments for neurodegeneration and chronic inflammation in MS. And with that, I would like to conclude. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Antonetta, Dr. Campbell, and Dr. Coetzee for getting us off to a tremendous start this morning. I am Kim McCleary, and it is a privilege and a pleasure to be with the MS community today to facilitate this meeting that I am confident will lead to a better understanding of what it's like to live with multiple sclerosis, or MS. Over the next 5 hours, you will hear a range of experiences and expectations that people affected by MS have to share with the FDA, life science companies, researchers, and others. I've had the opportunity to participate in forums like this one for patient and family perspectives to inform the development and regulation of new medical therapies since the FDA launched this program more than a dozen years ago. We've been planning for this day for more than a year, and we've connected with individuals whose lives have been affected by MS in myriad ways and to varying degrees based on their age, their type of MS, the changing treatment options for MS, other imaging and diagnostic advances, and the heterogeneity of MS itself. Now, in this setting of the PFDD meeting, I want to echo something that Dr. Campbell said to you earlier. You are the experts. You are the experts with the lived experience and the focused discussions that we're going to have today that draw out that expertise. Please hear that, take it to heart, look at the badges you have around your necks with the word expert on it to remind you of that, especially when we get to the point where we'll invite your comments and perspectives into the meeting discussion. So allow me to provide just a quick overview of the meeting structure and the agenda that you can follow along with. This is a different meeting than many of you have participated in the past. And we'll start on page 2 and 3 of the meeting program that's available on the Shaping Tomorrow Together website and in the Zoom Resources tab. So you'll see on the agenda that there are 2 main sessions, each with 2 parts. So in the first session here this morning, we're going to focus on the symptoms of MS and all the ways that MS affects your lives. Then we're going to take a 90-minute break and return for the second session, focusing on current management approaches to MS. For each of these topic areas, we will hear first from a series of 5 expert MS community members, joining me here on stage, who have prepared brief descriptions of their experiences relevant to this session's topic. And then we're going to have a discussion focused on a set of questions that you can find on the meeting agenda. And I invite you to look over those questions and make notes about key points you'd like to contribute based on your own lived experience. And I make that suggestion because each of the facilitated discussions, we want to invite you into this conversation. MS community members living with MS and care partners to contribute your perspectives and experiences, building on what we've heard from our panelists. So one of the great things that I love about PFDD meetings is that we're not here to build consensus or come to a single answer. We actually benefit from learning from all of you about the ways in which your experiences, your priorities, your preferences might differ from other people's. It's okay to agree, but you don't have to. We know that there are many different ways that MS presents and warrants being treated and managed. So during the discussion sessions, for those of us here in this room, we will have microphone runners who will be looking for raised hands and helping us keep the conversation moving. And to help us engage as many different perspectives as possible, to help people like Dr. Campbell and her colleagues, we ask you to keep your comments brief, emphasize a single point, so that we can get to as many folks as possible during what will feel like a very brief discussion. For those viewing the live stream, members of Society's team will be tracking your written comments that you will submit through the Q&A feature on Zoom, and my colleague Sam will bring those comments into the conversation so that we can all benefit from your perspectives. If you'd like to engage socially with fellow live stream participants, please use the chat function on Zoom for that. So, a reminder about the Society's virtual engagement guidelines. We want this to be a safe place for all, so please take a moment to review those posted in the chat to foster a productive and welcoming environment. And I've said it already, but we know this time is going to go fast, so please know that anyone or anything we don't get to in the live session will be captured for the comprehensive Voice of the Patient report, as Dr. Campbell mentioned, that will summarize today's meeting and be released in the spring and will be kind of an evergreen resource for FDA, life science companies, and community members to refer to. Another way we'll be bringing MS community voices into the Shaping Tomorrow Together Voice of the Patient report is through the survey that was launched in July in partnership with the Accelerated Cure Project. And we won't spend much time on the interim results today, but we do want to share some highlights with you at a couple different points. And you can also review selected interim results on pages 8 and 9 in the meeting program. If you could pull up the first survey number slide, we'd like to just share that we've got results here from October 10th. And as of October 10th, next slide, please, we have heard from 4,737 respondents who have at least started the survey, and we made it possible to start the survey and go back to it later. And 2,555 of those people have completed it. And you can see that most of those are adults living with MS. Next slide, please. The median age of respondents is 55, and they range in age from 18 to 93. And this age range prompts me to remind you that today's meeting and the Shaping Tomorrow Together initiative is focused on adults living with MS. So in our next slide, you can see that 63% of respondents identified have the diagnosis currently of remitting relapsing MS, as all Dr. Antoneta mentioned. That whole paradigm is shifting around. 12% of them have primary progressive MS, 17% have secondary progressive MS, 1% have that CIS, clinically isolated syndrome, and less than 1% identify with radiologically isolated syndrome. So we have included survey data in the image carousel that you'll see on the screen during our breaks, and you can look forward to final survey results in the Voice of the Patient report. The Society and Accelerated Cure Project anticipate doing substantial data analysis and potentially preparing manuscripts for submission to peer-reviewed journals to help advance the field of MS research, because this is such a robust data set. If you haven't yet started or finished the survey yet, you still have time. It will be open until December 1st, but we have a full day for you today, so put that on your task list for after the meeting ends. If you happen to need emotional support or a comment or a statement made in the room today or online prompts a question about available resources, we have members of the Society's MS Navigator team closely monitoring the discussion in the chat and the Q&A. We also have 2 members of their team here on site, Diane and Ronnie. Maybe you could raise your hands over there. They're available to help if you need it and provide links and other resources as the discussion may warrant. So one last housekeeping note. We know this is a long day to be in one place, whether you're here in this room or in front of a screen. So if you need to step away for any part of the meeting, know that the recording will be available following this meeting, so you can view it on demand as often as you'd like and share it with others. So with that, let's get started with a focus on living with MS and the symptoms and daily impacts. We have structured this segment of the meeting to help illustrate how symptoms and differences in disease presentation and progression can affect the ways it impacts the lives of people with MS and their families. As we prepare to listen to the personal statements of our 5 panelists, I want to honor and recognize their courage in being asked to recall and then share and relive difficult experiences, to openly share disappointments and triumphs alike, and speak in a public forum like this. We deeply appreciate you for the extra efforts you've made to prepare for today and for sharing these brief glimpses into your lives that each of you have taken such extraordinary care and time to prepare. So let's hear now from first Scott Crawford, then Tramika Carter, Derek Mooney, Denise Schneiders, and finishing up with Zach Cash.
Good morning. Good morning. My name is Scott. I live in Mississippi. I've been living with primary progressive MS since 1999, but I wasn't formally diagnosed until 2002. Before MS, I worked as a clinical neuropsychologist and a part-time professor. I cycled, mountain biked, sailed, and felt confident that I have a long, productive career ahead of me. When I was only 33, though, I came down with shingles, and I knew something was terribly wrong because it affected my walking. I started to shuffle. I became fatigued after walking just a few feet. It felt like I had bricks attached to my legs, as if someone were cranking up the universal gravitational force. Around that time, I also started having sudden bouts of extreme fatigue, weakness, and spasms that would last for weeks and slowly recover over months. It was during that third such episode I ended up in the hospital, unable to move at all. It was terrifying. From the eyes down, I was paralyzed, including my vocal cords. As a result, I was never able to return to work. It felt like my life was over. At age 34, it was devastating to lose the career that I'd worked so long for, one that was so much a part of my identity. Over the next few years, I was in and out of the hospital roughly 3 times a year with acute relapses, and I still didn't have a formal diagnosis. As a clinical neuropsychologist, it was particularly frustrating to hear from physicians insisting that I had a somatoform disorder. In 2002, I almost died when I became too weak to breathe. My brain was literally stuck in an immobile body, awake and alert in a horrible pain. But I was unable to articulate what was happening to me. It was during that last episode, 3 years after my first symptoms, that I was finally diagnosed with rapidly progressive MS and put on a chemotherapy called Novantrone. It saved my life. For a short time, the treatment allowed me to regain the ability to walk to and from my mailbox, and even improved my voice. Today, I cope with severe fatigue, spasticity, and dysphonia, or weak vocal cords. Of the many symptoms that affect my daily life, I wish I could have my voice back. I have to budget how I talk. I can't call my mom and talk to my friends on the same day. It's demoralizing to muster the energy to go out to dinner with friends, only to have them not be able to hear me in a loud restaurant. Yes, I have a voice amplifier, but it just tends to pick up the background noise. I've also suffered cognitively throughout my MS journey. During my last year of work, my postdoc fellows told me that I was having memory issues and forgetting whole conversations. That stunned and scared me. Now I have about 3 hours of functioning cognition a day, all in the morning. I try to fit anything important, meaningful, into those 3 hours. My appointments, errands, my advocacy, everything I try to fit into the morning hours. In truth, it was my memory and fatigue that ended my career. I still manage to live independently, but I depend on many pieces to fall into place to make that happen. My custom wheelchair is my lifeline. It helps me navigate my home. The medications and splints that I use to manage spasms are all essential to my well-being, including the depression medicine that helps me push through my fatigue. I can still transfer myself in and out of my chair, but I know when I finally lose that ability, I will lose the remainder of my independence. I rely on public transportation and my 82-year-old mother to get me around, to get me to my appointments, and to take me shopping. All of that adds to how fragile my independence feels. Despite all that MS has taken from me, it's also given my life a new purpose. Today, I'm proud to serve the MS community as a district activist leader for the National Multiple Sclerosis Society. While our primary goal is to cure MS, I also wish to advocate for new medicines that would restore the functioning that I and so many others have lost. For me, it would be life-changing to regain some of my ambulation, have relief from spasms, and most importantly, be able to talk again. I want to reinforce the importance of believing patients when they describe their symptoms and the suffering they experience. Thank you for allowing me to use my limited stamina and voice today to share my experience and aspirations.
Hi, everyone. My name is Tramika, and I live in Virginia. So I'm not the first one in my family to be diagnosed with MS. I've watched my older cousin navigate life with the condition as well. She was one of the closest examples of MS in my own life, and it has been interesting to compare our journeys. My cousin was diagnosed before DMTs were available, and her progression has been much more severe. While we're both on a DMT now, our experiences have been very, very different. She's bedbound, while my symptoms present more cognitively. I've often thought of MS as a snowflake disease where, no two people experience it the same way. Sometimes I feel like my MS is invisible to others, even though I'm suffering in my own way. When I was diagnosed with MS in 2012, everything came crashing down. I knew that there was something off because I had been experiencing dizziness, memory lapses, and optic neuritis. There was also a time where I could hardly walk without falling over. The combination of these symptoms made me think that I was having a stroke, and my doctor thought that it might be vertigo or an ear infection, but after some persistent issues, they ordered an MRI and discovered lesions on my brain. Around that time, I started making mistakes at work, where I was missing critical steps in tasks that had to be completed in a precise order. My small company couldn't afford these errors, and I ultimately lost my job. The neurologist said it could be 6 months to a year before I would recover enough to even consider going back to work. My doctor's recommendation, my job's need for accuracy, and my memory with cognitive decline led to my dismissal. At home, my memory issues, they showed up a little bit different, but more dangerous, like leaving a pot on the stove without remembering that I put it there. My husband had to keep a very close eye on me, and my word recall became so impaired that I could hardly string a sentence together. As a result of the constant attention I required, my husband's job performance that also faltered and eventually led to him being dismissed because he had to care for me. It was so disheartening to watch MS take over my family's life, sometimes without me even recognizing what was happening. Over the years, I've tried multiple treatments. I'm now on Kesimpta, my third DMT. Its immunosuppressant nature has added a new layer of anxiety to the cognitive struggles that I faced. I want to be around family and friends, travel and live as fully as possible, but at this point, every social outing, it feels like a risk. Before meeting up with people, I've had to ask family members, is anyone sick? Because I don't want to be exposed to what they have going on. I still wear a mask sometimes, which is a little uncomfortable and a little weird when no one else is wearing one. I have to compensate for others' lack of awareness about how detrimental an infection can be to my health or prevent me from receiving my DMT. That constant vigilance has become a daily battle, one that heightens anxiety and makes me feel even more vulnerable. The effort of constantly guarding my health and energy has also deepened the depression that I felt. Even now, my MS is often unseen by the outside world, but it's the focal point of my daily life. Cognitive issues remain my greatest struggle, So I rely heavily on planners and notes to get through the day to reinforce my memory. My husband has learned to anticipate my thoughts when words fail me. He literally can be a charades champion. Fatigue is another daily struggle. If the truth be told, I'm actually struggling right now. And it's a symptom that I would like most relief from. No amount of sleep lifts it, and medications only bring side effects that I can't manage. It slows me down. It keeps me from doing the things that I want to do when I want to do them. It's a symptom I literally always have to make room for. While mobility isn't my greatest challenge, I still deal with numbness, leg pain, eye pain, heat sensitivity, and the painful MS hugs. But through it all, I'm determined to maintain a positive outlook and hold on to hope. My cousin and I, we often reflect on where we are. She looks at me and wishes for the mobility that I still have. And I look at her and wonder, I'm literally challenged with the thought of wondering if my MS will progress to where hers is now. While our two versions of MS look different to the outside world, there's a huge weight that we both carry. I'm grateful for the MS treatments that we have today, but I often wonder how they may have changed my cousin's trajectory if she had access to them earlier. I've also had to deal with the thought that someone else in my family, in the next generation, could be plagued with MS. So what we continue to do right now as it relates to medicine and research will be the determining factor of how sick they could be. So with that being said, I pray the next generation of treatments can go even further to allow us to reclaim the abilities that we've lost and ultimately bring us closer to ending MS.
Well, first of all, I want to say I'm honored and humbled to be part of this panel and to be here today. My name is Derek. I live in Connecticut with my wife, Bernadette, who has MS. We also lived in Virginia and Georgia, so I feel in good company up here. Bernadette's diagnosis came out of nowhere, essentially. We were in our mid-20s. It was 2008. I was working in Iraq as a contractor and flew her out to Spain for an R&R. And one morning, she woke up and told me she couldn't move. I said, come on, get up, let's go. Didn't really even believe it at first. And she's like, no, I can't. So we went down to Benidorm, Spain, to a hospital. Couldn't speak Spanish. They didn't know what to do. They pumped her full of medication, some vitamins, sent her on us on our way, I should say. A couple days later, Bernadette flew back to the US. I flew back to Iraq to finish up my time there. And about 2 months later, I came home and she was diagnosed with MS at that time. There had been some symptoms prior to, but we really didn't know too much about it. And that was the first time someone actually saw her and was able to diagnose her. When she was first diagnosed, there were really only a handful of DMTs available and few resources online to help us understand the condition. We were just starting to navigate life, like I said, in our early 20s as adults and as a couple. So researching and managing a new and debilitating condition wasn't that prevalent, not like it might be today too with ChatGPT and all these apps we have. There wasn't that level of information or community building that I've seen throughout the years working with MS Society and that is available today. Her mobility challenges escalated over time. I would say she was able to navigate the world relatively independently until about 10 years ago, at which point I made a shift as well to take a different job, to be at home, to work from home. At that time, it forced us to think differently about all the aspects of our life. Like, as many of you know, like stairs, even a couple steps, it makes a big difference. If you don't live through those experiences, you don't truly understand what being, quote, accessible means. The challenge of MS itself and contemplating pregnancy was also too daunting for us at the time, so we never pursued that path, but there is a picture somewhere in here, I think, of our fur baby Lily, who's about 14 at this point. Over time, Bernadette progressed more and had to trade a cane for a walker for a scooter, and 3 years ago, she began to need the use of a wheelchair full-time. As she was transitioning between those mobility devices, I was also evolving as my role as a caretaker. Some days I feel like Clark Kent and Superman. I work a full-time job. I get up in the morning, I help Bernadette with all of her needs, get her ready, then I help myself, I go to work. I'm fortunate enough to work from home, so I can be there all day if there's anything that's needed. But then the day ends, I help her, I get everything ready for the evening, help her get ready as well, and then we get a couple hours to relax in the evening. Every morning, when I do help her get out of bed, she's fairly independent because of the use of the wheelchair she has, which I'm very grateful for. My job does, however, require me to travel, I wouldn't say frequently anymore, it's probably once a quarter. And as many people here probably know too, setting up a caretaker to help come take care is not easy, and it's not inexpensive. I'm always anxiety induced when we get a new caregiver because it seems to be a different one every time. And my caretaker role is so ingrained in my daily routine that when I'm traveling for work, I honestly feel sometimes like I'm not doing something because there's not anything to do. I almost feel guilty in that respect. One of my biggest fears as a care partner is losing the ability to take care of Bernadette. Something that's often overlooked among those of us who dedicate so much time and energy to caring for our loved ones is the importance of taking care for ourselves at that time. We need to also maintain our own health and strength to take care of the ones we love. Over time, I've learned the value of carving out time regularly to get to the gym, being vigilant about my annual physicals, prompted mostly by my wife at first, but now I'm very good about it. I don't like to put off things. Even if I'm not feeling up for it, I don't put it off till tomorrow. I think it's very important for caretakers to take that time because they are also impacted by this as well. For now, we remain thankful that we can make do with the accessibility. Our house is completely accessible. I work from home. I'm capable enough and fit enough to help Bernadette get in and out of the car, take her to appointments, get her in and out of bed if I need to. But that's probably not going to last forever. We do all get older, unfortunately. I am very hopeful that a wider array of medications will also lie ahead, and that would help with all forms of MS and would help Bernadette get to a place where she could have the gift of regaining skills to navigate her world independently. That is the ultimate goal. I know the goal is to end MS, but for those living with MS, it's to regain any sense of independence that they've lost through that time. While I take pride in being her care partner, I really truly hope for a world where the role is limited and treatments can get people living with MS back to their independence and mobility. So thank you. Appreciate being here.
Hi, I'm Denise. I live in Georgia. I've always been an athlete, the type who believes you can rub dirt in it and just keep going. That mindset has carried me into an adulthood as a wife, mother of two, teacher, and volleyball coach. Pushing through challenges is simply my way of life. A few years ago, I started having this relentless sciatic nerve pain that was wrecking my sleep. I went to an orthopedic doctor who sent me straight for an MRI. It didn't show anything significant, and he decided that the best course of action would be to take pain medication. Having a family history of addiction, I wasn't willing to start the pain medication. And I asked him, "What would you tell your wife?" He said, "Lose weight." So I started a GLP-1 medication and lost 75 pounds. I thought maybe that would be the fix, but it wasn't. The nerve pain hung around, and then came this weird tingling feeling in my legs. My blood work was normal, but my primary care doctor suspected something deeper was going on. The first neurologist I saw was hung up on the fact that both of my children have genetic hearing loss. And that was all she wanted to explore. So I found another doctor. I was explaining my medical history to the PA, and he just looked at me and said, I think you have MS. The neurologist came in and agreed, pointing to high Epstein-Barr markers, hypermobility, and changes in my gait. That was in late January 2024. After another MRI, an EMG, and a spinal tap that I wouldn't wish on anyone, I got my diagnosis, relapsing remitting MS. I went back to teaching the very next day. My students. They're a huge part of my life. And a week later, I told my class of third graders before I even told much of my extended family. My school has been incredible about giving me the accommodations I need so I can continue teaching and coaching, even with 15-hour days. I deal with spasticity, drop foot, and nerve pain daily, but I keep showing up because I want my students to see what perseverance really looks like. I'll admit I'm stubborn. I rarely use assistive devices unless my family or coworkers insist. My brace is far from cute. If someone could make one in leopard print, I'd be all about it. My cane usually lives in the back of my car. I have a hard time when people notice me struggling. Most days I work hard to make it look like I'm fine, even when I'm not. There's no such thing as balance with MS. After a full day of teaching and coaching, the fatigue and cognitive dysfunction hits hard. I take my medication as soon as I get home so that I can fall asleep when I finally make it to bed. And at nights, I'm so exhausted that eating dinner feels like too much effort. And I've lost even more weight because of that. Mondays are usually my best days, and by Fridays, I'm running on fumes. Weekdays are for recovery, not relaxation. And I'll be honest, when my players and students complain about being tired, feeling sore, I don't always respond as kindly as I probably should. Looking back, I can see signs of MS going back into my 20s. The turf toe, knee problems, shoulder injuries, all on my right side. I've had hearing loss and high Epstein Barr markers for years, but no one ever connected the dots. And honestly, I didn't either. I convinced myself I was fine for a very long time. Today, spasticity is my worst symptom. The nerve pain in my right leg is constant. I joke with my husband about cutting it off, half kidding, half serious. That's how bad it gets some days. I started using talk to text because my hands cramp, and I bought a car with lane assist and braking technology. Botox injections calm my facial spasms that make me self-conscious. I know I cannot keep up my pace forever. I always thought I would teach and coach until my 60s, and I plan to go as long as my body will let me. Dopamine dressing has become my thing. Wearing bright colors and fun patterns lifts my mood when my body's fighting me. Sneakers are my only shoe option now, and I've made it my mission to find the cutest ones possible and share them on my social media platforms. I post to help raise awareness, to show that MS doesn't always look a certain way, and that life doesn't stop after diagnosis. What I wish for are treatments that can really help. Medications that ease pain without addictive risks, improve cognition, fight fatigue without harsh side effects. My family, my students, and my athletes are my why. They keep me going. I advocate for change and keep fighting because I think about how I'd want the people I love the most to fight if it were them instead of me. I want to be able to give back to them for as long as I possibly can. That's why I'm here, to advocate for more options to restore mobility, energy, clarity, so people like me can keep living full, vibrant lives without having to constantly plan our lives around our exhaustion.
Hi, what up, FTA? How's everyone feeling today? My name is Zach. I use they, them pronouns, and I live in California. Music has always been a significant part of my life. It's my passion, and I'm grateful that I was able to turn that into a career. I've been a touring musician. I'm sorry, words are hard, guys. I've been a touring musician for many top artists and progressively making bigger strides in the music scene in my 20s. 2022 was one of the best years of my life. I was playing sold-out shows to over 60,000 people. I was preparing to release my first album, and I was offered touring opportunities to some of my favorite bands. One night, I was laying in bed with my partner, and I described that it felt like there was electricity in my legs. They didn't believe me and told me that I was imagining it. After a show, I was walking in my car and I couldn't get words out. I'd been sober for some time and it felt like I was drunk. When I went to an acute care center for treatment, I was advised to go see a neurologist. I had a history of epilepsy and drug use. So the doctor ordered an MRI and other tests. That MRI showed lesions and, evaluation of my gait. Oh, man, and 26, I was, my dreams were coming true. And then just 3 words like, you have MS, changed my life. And, the physical progression of my MS symptoms went fast. I played my last show in 2022, received my diagnosis about 6 months later. By the end of 2023, I couldn't walk independently. On good days with enough rest, I can use a cane. Otherwise, I need a rollator. For distances longer than a football field, I have to have a wheelchair. I'm really grateful for my car's self-driving features, which give me some level of independence in getting to places I need to go. Still, as I approach my 30s, I never imagined that I would be confronting the reality of relying more and more on a wheelchair. My focus has shifted from touring to finding stability through working in a job that offers health insurance. I moved into a sober living space to prioritize my mental health, knowing that addiction adds another hurdle to my journey. I'm in pain. I have issues with epilepsy I'm currently taking medicine for, along with cluster headaches. Currently, I'm enrolled in a clinical trial and take medication for that, the spasms, the nerve pain. I'm sorry, guys. I'm emotional. Sorry. So I also attend group therapy several times a week, and I meet with 3 therapists individually. The depression and anxiety I've faced for many years have gotten more severe. I spent 21 days in a residential rehab facility after attempting to take my own life because I couldn't imagine what my life would be like without performing. Sorry. I rely on these supports to overcome the challenges that I face every day, and I cannot overstate that. If time permitted, I would have loved to name each person by name because I wouldn't be here without them. As a member of the LGBTQ community, additional obstacles compound the experience of MS and care. People living with MS plus AIDS or hepatitis are unable to use many life-improving DMTs due to their immunosuppressive nature. Despite all of these obstacles, one of the things that brings me joy and purpose is a music program that I started for people with Down syndrome. It allows me to share my passion, to show up and build a community with others once a week. Although the spasticity in my diaphragm now makes it hard for me to sing, working with these people is a giant win for me. I've accepted that my myelin will not regenerate, yet hope remains that treatment might improve the quality of life for others with progressive and relapsing remitting MS. I want all forms of MS to go away. I want to be able to walk again, and I want to feel more in control of my body and my mind. I want the intersections of the condition that impact the LGBTQ community to be understood in drug development. My biggest hope is to see this disease come to an end. Until then, I believe that there are real improvements we can fight for along the way.
Please join me in thanking Zach, Denise, Derek, Tramika, and Scott for such vulnerable, open sharing of what they've experienced with MS. You all have really started us out by illustrating a range of experiences that truly reflect how important it is to understand the context of an individual's health status and how that's affected by symptoms and what symptoms present the greatest burdens, the way those symptoms have changed over time, and their stage of life. So now I invite you to refer to the meeting agenda and the discussion questions. And for those participating via the live stream, you'll find them on pages 2 and 3 of the meeting program that's on the Shaping Tomorrow Together webpage and in the Zoom Resources tab. And our microphone runners, LB, back here, will be looking for raised hands in the room, and people viewing online can submit questions or comments through the Q&A feature on Zoom, and my colleague Sam will be reading those at certain points in time so that we can all benefit from hearing your perspectives as well. So my greatest challenge of the day is getting to all the discussion questions that FDA has provided for us, your responses, and staying on time. So we'd like to hear as many perspectives as possible to each of the questions that FDA has posed. So we ask you to keep your comments brief, and that will help us hear from as many people as possible. And again, comments submitted in writing, including those we don't get to, become part of the meeting record and will be used to generate the voice of the patient report that will develop over the next several months. So without further ado, let's get to the first discussion question, which is, of all the symptoms that you experience because of your MS, which one symptom has the most impact on your life? And maybe 2 or 3 as well. And I believe we have Jen ready to answer that question first, just to get us started. And I'm going to come down to the floor while you answer.
I think it's probably fairly obvious what the biggest symptom is for me. I have not walked in 23 years. I've lived with this disease longer than I've lived without it. So I think that the symptom that's so hard for me, it takes my dignity and my pride. I can no longer walk, so I cannot use the restroom without help. I cannot cook for myself. I cannot go to bed by myself. And I'm fortunate that I have my husband, Dan, who's my primary caregiver. I have my caregiver, Jen. But Dan is also living with MS, and while I can still stand a transfer, I'm losing that ability. And Dan, I hate to say it, he could lose his ability to walk, and then we'd be in a world of hurt. So that's the biggest.
You know, excuse me, I'm Dan, and I'm her husband, and I write for a living, but I can't feel my fingers when I type because I have the numbness, and the numbness is the biggest symptom of MS that's affecting my life. And I think that help, that's for me. But then when it comes to becoming Jennifer's caregiver, that numbness, I have no dexterity, so it makes it more difficult, just as simple as tying her shoe in the morning, but then to safely transfer her at night. And so I think that's the biggest symptom for me as a person living with the disease and as somebody who's caregiving for a wife who has the same illness.
Thanks so much, Jen and Dan, for getting us started. See a hand there. Another.
I was diagnosed with MS in my last semester of law school, and the MS unfortunately has impacted my reading ability, so I was never able to pass the bar and practice law.
Seth?
Thank you very much to the entire panel for all the insights. What I would note in all of your discussions, and most prominently, I think, in Zach's comments, they were clearly there was an underpinning of depression. When you have a sudden change in your life, where you have a trajectory that you have planned, suddenly you are forced to change that. And I just see depression as a common theme, and I think we don't get enough treatment for depression. I'd appreciate comments.
Thank you for drawing that out, Seth. That is something we have heard from those we've talked to in the whole planning for this meeting. Do we want to come over here? Oh, another hand back here.
Hello. I would like to speak on behalf of the nethers, which don't come up a whole lot. The nethers meaning things below the belt that aren't just legs. I do have mobility issues. I have all kinds of issues, but the things that make me feel the least grown up are bladder, bowel, and sexual dysfunction issues. Like, think about how excited you are when the kid finally uses the potty. Successfully, you didn't have an accident today. Oh my God. Nobody celebrates me when I don't have an accident. But I celebrate myself in those moments. And similarly, part of being a grown-up for those lucky enough is to have a vibrant sex life. And the dysfunction that can come tends to get pushed to the side, I think, because of more pressing things like fatigue, which plays into sex as well, like mobility, which plays into sex as well. So yeah, I just want to speak for the down theres, which don't always get attention.
We really appreciate you being courageous about that. Not the easiest topic to bring up. It did come up in the survey, so this might be a good moment just to pause and see the survey data of the top 4 symptoms that have come up in those 2,500 plus results that we've gotten so far. Shelby, if you've got those. And you can see that fatigue, we've heard a lot about fatigue today already. Walking impairment, spasticity, stiffness, and bladder control, a shout out to the Nethers, made it onto that chart. So you're not alone with that.
One of the things that we probably don't discuss as much is grief. So overcoming grief. And grief is ever going, because as soon as I can accomplish something that I've been working on, something else happens. So I am able to do 5th grade math, but when the 6th grade math comes, there's grieving because I can't keep doing that. I'm able to remember certain things, and as soon as I accomplish that without having notes around, it reoccurs. And then I have to relive that and grieve that. So I'm always in grief mode. So that's not just depression, that's just ever-living grief that continues with MS.
Absolutely, Monica, and I know we'll hear that from Angela this afternoon as well. That grieving process is part of the acceptance and ongoing acceptance of where you are now. Another comment, and then we'll switch to our next question.
Anyone from this side? I feel
Lauren right there is ready to share.
Hi, thank you. I've been living with MS since I was 18. I was diagnosed in 2014. I think one of going along with grief and depression, anxiety is also one of the largest symptoms for myself and a lot of people that I know who live with MS, especially anxiety of the unknown, anxiety of lack of control. I think having remyelinating therapies available would help alleviate that, knowing that even if a relapse were to happen, there is something down the line that can put me back to baseline would help immensely.
Thank you, Lauren. And I think that's a great segue to our next question, which is, are there specific activities that are important to you, but that you cannot do at all or as fully as you would like because of MS? And I believe Belinda is ready to start us off on this one.
Hi. One activity that I really miss that I used to do quite often is gardening. And this is my husband. We've moved around a lot, and I've always been the person that took care of the yard and things like that, and it gave me great pleasure. But because of my spasticity and mobility issues, I'm just not able to do it anymore. So I really miss that. I also miss, I used to really like biking on a regular, two-wheel bike, because that was freedom for me. I've transitioned to a trike, a recumbent trike, which is fine. But I just have memories of me on my bike, and I miss that a lot.
I appreciate that, Belinda. We so often focus on work and school and our productivity that's affected, but leisure activities are such an important part of our humanity. So thanks for bringing those into the conversation. Yes?
I used to run marathons and qualified for Boston, and I'd run 50-mile races and things like that, 100-mile races. And then when I couldn't run anymore because of balance, kind of like Belinda, I went to cycling a lot. And I also did a recumbent trike, but I couldn't move my legs anymore. So now I'm on a hand crank. So just trying to get back into those marathons, trying to make it back to Boston again. But that's on the sports side. On the simplicity side, driving. I can't feel the difference between the gas pedal and the brake pedal. And so I have to use hand controls now to just get from one place to another. As a divorcee, 22 years as a divorced, basically live by myself. So how do you get from one place to the next? But at the same time, how do you take a shower? How do you pick up your legs over a toilet? A tub. How do you get up from a toilet? Are they the right height toilets? Things like that. Basic activities that we all take for granted.
Thank you so much, Troy. You want to go back here, and then we'll come back over this way.
Want me to hold it? Hi, I'm Meredith, and one of the activities that are limited for me is anything related to the weather, because I have extreme heat sensitivity. When it is hot and humid, I become debilitated. And so in the summer months, which now seem to go longer and longer, I live in New England, and summer seems to last forever. I wind up having to be inside in the air-conditioned house. And even when, during a long heat wave, if it's humid, the humidity permeates the building. And then when that happens, I am cognitively rendered unable to function. If I'm outside, if I have to transition from an air-conditioned car to an air-conditioned building, I have very limited period of time before my legs give out. I see spots in my vision, and I feel sick to my stomach. So any activities in the hot weather or any places that will be hot limit what I can do.
Thank you for that. And that's an interesting point. We heard a lot about heat intolerance via the survey. And then yesterday, as our panelists were meeting, some were saying, well, I'm more cold intolerant. So I think on both sides of the spectrum, maybe your body just loses the ability to kind of recalibrate to your environment. So thank you for bringing that up. Yeah, back here.
Good afternoon, everyone. Well, good morning. The activity I enjoyed the most was actually playing basketball. And that was something I could do that was effortless because of the running and jumping and everything like that. But now I can barely move up and down the court without extreme fatigue, if not even tripping and falling, just trying to make it up. That was the one thing that MS really took from me, was the thing I loved the most, was like playing basketball and enjoying it, the camaraderie with my friends that they can still play that I can't. And so I had to just literally just let it go.
Found an adequate replacement activity for that, I would imagine. Hard to do. Yeah. Another perspective. Looking around the room. Sam, do we have some comments coming from the online participants today?
Yes, we have many popping up. Several people online are further emphasizing the symptoms that have been brought up already this morning, including issues with their gait, incontinence and embarrassment that comes with that, loss of balance, loss of sexual function. This has resulted in an inability to travel and take care of their homes. We heard from Anne Marie in New York, who said mobility and overall disability, especially in a world that is not accessible, from housing, transportation, or people not understanding disability. This change only adds to depression as you grieve your former self. We heard from Jason, who said, I would normally say fatigue as the most impactful symptom, but I found ways to cope with that as much as I can. So I think the cognitive decline is my biggest struggle, because I feel like I'm losing the person I am. I've always been creative, and now I feel like I can't create anything. I was a performer and I wanted to shift to a writer, but my ideas get lost in my memory issues, and I feel I'm no longer inspired, but just trying to survive. And then just one more from Tamika. She shared that she hasn't been able to play with her kids and hasn't felt as connected to friends and family with what she's experienced.
Thank you, Sam. Thank you to all those participating online. It's wonderful to have a way to bring you into this conversation. I'll pose a question based on something that Derek shared about he and Bernadette's decision-making around family planning and whether to have kids, and know that that's often, if you're diagnosed early, that might be something you have to factor into life differently than you would have otherwise. Has that been an issue that anyone would like to share about? I'll be right behind you.
Marcus, my wife and I, in between our first and second kid, because of the medication I was on, we had to have a long discussion with my doctor during an appointment about which DMT we could use and still try to have a kid, or practice trying to have a kid, because of side effects that even dudes can't be on that medication and have kids. So that was something we had to monitor really closely that you probably wouldn't anticipate.
That's really important to hear. We often, think about women and the medication choices they have to make to prepare for pregnancy or carry a baby or breastfeed. So I really appreciate you bringing that up, that it's something dudes have to think about as well.
Hi. So I was diagnosed 6 months after having my first, and wasn't sure if it was a big discussion if we should have a second, based on, obviously I don't want to pass this on to my children. It's super hard to have little kids and be fatigued 24/7. But I ultimately decided I didn't want my care to fall on my son alone, and decided that him having a sibling could potentially be very beneficial for him in the long run. So I have now 2 under 2. And I'm very tired.
Sam can relate. She's also got two and under.
Hi. So I have 2 as well. They're 11 years apart, which asked me about how that happened at a different time. But the one thing I will say that was frightening for both is after the relapses that happened after. For the first, I couldn't even hold her 6 months afterwards and had to get rushed to the hospital. With the second, thankfully I'm here because it mentally drained me in such a way that I contemplated suicide and attempted as well. Wow. So the aftermath of pregnancy is a significant drain. And then the reflection that you have to work with those kids and letting them know what you're functioning with. It's a constant conversation that I have with my 20-year-old who's lived with me with MS for that time, and then my 9-year-old who really doesn't understand, why is mommy going through this? Why can't she get better? So I'm happy, of course, to have the breath of fresh air from them. But it is so much of a drain. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Paula. Those are tough things to constantly be dealing with. I think one more behind you.
Hi, I'm Katie from Virginia. My husband and I always planned to have 2 children, and I was diagnosed with MS very shortly after marriage and when we were trying to have our first. After we had our first, my neurologist had me do an MRI, and they found 4 new lesions, one which was active. And he said, I don't know how it's not affecting you because it would impact your speech. I know we all depend on our speech for our jobs. I'm a news anchor. I literally get paid to talk. So we had a very serious conversation about, do we have another one, because you just had 4 new lesions and I only had 1 prior to having our son. I had 1 lesion. So mine was caught early, thankfully. So after that, we decided no more, because we were concerned about the new development of lesions. And then we were also concerned about, if I had new lesions, would I be able to be a good functioning mom in the way I wanted to be to multiples when we knew I was doing okay with the 1? So MS took away from me a second child.
Lots of considerations there, and probably takes you back to the words of Monica about grief, right? Total, always grieving. I'm going to shift, and we can maybe build in the comments that were on deck in a moment, but want to ask, how would you describe the impact of symptoms on a good day versus a bad day? And I believe we've got Summer ready to share.
Guys, I, as Zach, am having some feelings, so I wrote it down. When I have a good day, my family sees the version of me that can participate fully. I can attend my children's events or help my partner with a home project. What they don't see is the immense planning and self-management required to make that possible. On a bad day, the invisible labor of managing my health becomes impossible to hide. Tasks as simple as making dinner require a complete reshuffling of priorities. And my main point is that my illness is not just about a list of my physical symptoms, but it's about the constant, exhausting mental and emotional work and managing an invisible disease while trying to meet the needs of those you love. Thank you.
Thank you, Summer. Do we have someone else who might share? Lauren, good day versus bad day. How would you juxtapose the two?
I would say they're actually very intertwined, and that there are no good days, at least for me, without the bad days. If I'm going on a trip, going to a concert, going on a hike with my husband, I have to plan days after for recovery from fatigue, from pain, from spasticity that's caused by walking too much or not using mobility aids enough or things like that. So I think they're very, very intertwined.
Thank you for that. Very understandable, the consequences. Got one here on this side. Ty?
Hi, I'm T.
T, sorry.
I'm T. I know, the spelling of my name is just to fool you all. I think my parents are laughing in their graves because they did this. But I'd say, in terms of the questions of, on my best days, what stumps me is the cognition, the memory, because I can feel great and I meet wonderful people like today. Don't ask me tomorrow what your name is, because I've gotten really good at, hey, you, how are you? But I think the cognition and the memory is something that affects me always, but it stands out particularly on my good days. On my bad days, as many of you have already talked about, fatigue. Fatigue, which you already always constantly have, but when all the other symptoms start to trip you up, fatigue is always there to make it that much more worse. So that constant of fatigue that is heightened by temperature, meaning for me, heat sensitivity, but then when it gets extremely cold, guess what? I'm cold sensitive, so I am very particular with the temperature in my home, very narrow temperature zone, that my wonderful loving husband has to wear shorts in the winter, and that in the summer, he has to be sure to have a jacket on, because I don't know when that temperature sensitivity will change. And I think that that's something in terms of future drug development, which is for this afternoon. Someone has to look at the hypothalamus and how that is affected in MS. Thank you.
Thank you, T. Got one more over here.
Yeah, hi. My name is John. I was diagnosed in 2005. And I kind of want to couple on what we said about the good days, bad days, and being intertwined. I really do think over my journey, my days now are pretty much intertwined, good days and bad days. I select one or two things that I need to do for the day and try to manage it that way. But just being here today, it took me a couple days to prepare. When I get home, I'm going to need a couple more days to rest after that. So today's a good day for me, but there's an entire week that led up and will follow after today.
I know many of you, I see a lot of heads nodding about the trade-offs of accepting an invitation to come to a meeting like this and what it will require on the front end and what payback you'll have on the back end. So thank you for making that conscious decision and the consequences that come with it. And thank you for bringing that into the conversation, John. I'm going to shift to our next question. And that is, how has MS changed over time for you? And I'm wondering,
Hi, I'm Kristen.
Hi, Kristen.
I was diagnosed in 2014, and literally everything changed for me. So I stopped walking. I quit. I wasn't able to work anymore. I owned my own business. A lot of things changed for me, everything. And since then, my main concern is my cognitive abilities. I think that's the main progression point. I think my disease is very well managed. Like, I give a lot of credit to my disease-modifying therapy, but I treat all my symptoms because I eat healthfully, but I'm not crazy about it. I'm very fine with having a donut. I exercise regularly, again, but not crazy about it. But I just try to do what I can to maintain, because I also live independently, and I want to maintain that as long as possible.
Thank you, Kristen. We know that independence is precious. It is. Totally. Who else would like to share about how MS has changed over time?
Hi, I'm Robin. I was diagnosed 25 years ago, and I have been very fortunate with 25 years of DMTs that didn't have side effects. I didn't have any relapses after the first year. Basically didn't find many lesions appearing, but I'm now dealing with, at 71, the cumulative effect of all that attack on my nervous system, the neurodegeneration that was talked about. And I think that's something we need to look at as more and more of us who were exposed to a pretty good life early on with MS, but now we're seeing things start to slide dramatically. I'd like to travel. I can't be on my feet for very long. I can't walk as far as I used to be able to. I can't run. I used to play soccer and really miss that. But it's really that ability to maintain independence and get control over that neurodegeneration.
Just what we heard from Kristen, preservation of that independence, especially as the aging process happens in tandem with the MS process. Thank you for that, Robin. We got somebody over here.
My name's Mark. I was diagnosed in 1987, and I was in a wheelchair for almost 20 years, and now I'm not. I can walk with very little interference, very little impairment. Although I did use a scooter to come here today, it's because I recently had surgery. But normally I walk around all day without an aid. I can, after 20 years in a wheelchair, that's a huge relief. You might ask what drugs. I'm on beta seron, but I've been on these drugs for 30 years, and so I don't know if there's a causal connection between them.
I know there's a lot more attention being given to aging with MS. It used to not be as big a focus of research, and we really appreciate those of you who've had this for a long time being here to be part of this conversation.
Hi, I'm Tammy. I'm from New Jersey. And, I'm kind of straddling two questions here, so I apologize. But I have to write it down because of my cognition. Over the past 22 years, my consistent and most troublesome symptoms have been cognitive challenges, numbness and fatigue, and tingling. And unfortunately, and this is kind of where the tie-in is, a lot of these symptoms overlap with what's considered normal aging. And I know you don't believe it, LB, but I'm kind of now at an age, where I kind of worry about being able to tell the difference between MS issues and age-related changes. So, I don't want to overreact to something that is typical of that advancing age. But I also don't want to miss an MS flare by making an assumption. So, and this kind of is where I kind of overlap questions a little bit. I feel like we need a more open conversation and more information about what aging looks like for people with MS. How Dr. Antoneda, did I say that? My last name's Quashes, so I feel you. Dr. O had mentioned that our immune systems and our neurological systems do change as we age, and they evolve, right? How does menopause intersect with our DMTs? And how can we really best plan and manage this next stage of our life and our disease?
That is a very good question, and I think we'll talk more about the interplay of these things with medications after lunch. But I'm glad you brought it up because it's a big factor, and that uncertainty. We've heard a lot about, like, is this MS or is this something else, or just that veil of uncertainty is kind of like the grief and the depression, like these overlays are just part of your life. And so we recognize that's an important thing you deal with. Okay, over here.
I wanted to put the focus a little bit on a good day and a bad day from a cognitive or an emotional standpoint. I'm one of the people who's been able to or been very fortunate that my MS was not as aggressive as other people, and it's actually improved significantly over 30 years. And I tell people regularly, my MS doesn't impact my daily life at all anymore. But that's not really honest, because while I don't have the physical symptoms, I'm constantly under the burden to feel relevant and capable and contributing when I'm not in the workforce.
Life has taken a different path than it otherwise might have.
Most days I do feel relevant, capable, and contributing. But when you don't have a title, you have to work really hard to maintain that sense of dignity and relevance.
Thank you for sharing that and the emotion that obviously goes with those feelings. We really appreciate you bringing that out. We have one over here.
Hi, I'm Wendy. I am 72 and a half. Proud to say it that I've been here this long with MS and a whole bunch of others. But I've been listening to everybody with everything that we deal with, but nobody has brought up what I started with. My MS started with, I was fine one day 25 years ago. Went to a scholarship benefit, giving out money, came home, and the most horrendous feeling of my life was my head was exploding. I had diarrhea. I was vomiting. I did not know what it was. My husband at the time says, because we lived in New Jersey, I'm going to take you to New York. I said, I'm not going to make it. I was in the hospital for 14 days. Nothing. They couldn't figure it out. I went to New York for a different type of exam, and the doctor went to lay me down, and it all started again. And she said, oh my God, Wendy, you have severe vertigo. I have lived with this. It has. But recently, it has started creeping back, which is scary. because all of a sudden I lose everything. My thing is, how do we find the drugs to help us? My lesions have been stable. I have 7. But my MS doctor just recently said to me before my knee surgery, you need to have another MRI because you may have more lesions. Really? 25 years later? How do we control this? What drugs do we have to come up with? And I hear everybody who's over 50, and I know a lot of people who say, my MS doctor says, we're not going to put you on any more DMTs. Why? Because I'm of that age? We have to come up with something that works for both.
Your point is exactly the purpose of this meeting. It's to help really align with what the community prioritizes in terms of treatment options that may not exist. So thank you for that and for drawing, a line from your abrupt onstart, and we heard that from Derek about Bernadette's onstart, and how now, some years later, you're back in that same period of uncertainty. We're going to switch to a topic that you just perfectly led us to, and I'm going to remind folks online that we're taking your comments. They're all part of the meeting record. We're going to read some more of those in a moment. But the question I want to pose right now is, would you consider your MS to be well managed today? And that's, a subjective term, obviously. And we might even ask, does your doctor have a different answer about your MS than you might have? So with that, I think we have...
Hi, Kim. One thing to go back to Wendy, apparently, I think the thing I tell folks is I feel like an 80-year-old, and I'm only 44 years old. But
did you say 8 or 80?
80.
80-year-old.
To try and make it relatable to other folks.
Yep.
But I'm only 44, Wendy. And apparently I've had it for over 20 years. But as Denise said, being stubborn as a man and as a military, I would say, okay, we're told don't show weakness and go through all this. And with the relapse and remitting, you would say 24 hours later, I'll be fine. But what I found out, as I'm part of the National MS Society's Veterans Group, 34% of veterans have it. Their kids, because I know there's a discussion about children, 6% have it. And so when we talk about how do you manage it, I originally had 22 lesions that they found. And then this year, after my second DMT, they found 2 more. And I go back in a couple weeks for another round of DMTs in order to support it. But is it well managed is your question. And over the last year, 3 to 7 doctor's appointments a week. And you have multiple different doctors between PT, between your primary care, between your neurologist, and all these others. They all prescribe different pills, whether you're talking about mental health or you're talking about all these other doctors. Well, some of them may even interact with your DMT, and they don't know about it because it's not in their record, and you have to go back to primary care. And so some of those may result in some of these other symptoms that we're talking about because you're managing your own medications. I take over 20 pills a day, and you're also managing your own doctors. I'm trying to figure all this out because they don't talk to one another.
That's right. Thank you so much for that, Troy. Got 2 over here, LB.
Oh, okay. Can I stand or no? Okay. Sorry, I want to see you all. Buenos dias, everyone. Jennifer Gomez Chavez from the beautiful state of New Mexico. Thank you for sharing your stories. I feel like I'm with my familia because we share a lot of commonalities. So thank you. Am I managing my MS well? Is it being managed? I thought it was until about a year ago when the insurance companies denied me to have the medication that was working. So now I'm worked and decided with my doctor that based on his recommendation that I'm no longer going to be on a medication right now, which is impacted currently my health. But having the energy, right, to fight against the insurance companies, to see your doctor being denied, I think is something that we need to talk about. And as well as the issue of getting older. I think we need to, I'm already looking at, I just turned 58, thinking about, okay, what is MS going to look like when I'm 60, 70, 80? Especially if I'm not going to be on a medication. I hope that's not the case. I don't know what the answer is, but I feel like I have a full-time career, retired from one. Current second career, but I can already see the decline in my cognition because of I'm not protected anymore with medication. So thank you all for your stories. It's very empowering and hoping that we will get answers and we will never lose hope. Gracias.
Thank you for that. And I want to just make a comment about one part of your response to that question. And we know that these issues of access and insurance coverage, the price of drugs are very important to this community, and the MS Society is a recognized leader in fighting the charge on that. The FDA's remit does not include those topics, so we're just not going to, you mentioned very important, definitely very important, but for today, we're going to talk about the things that FDA can help to change and influence, but we recognize that changes your outlook for the future to lose that medication. Yes, please.
Hi, Brianna, North Carolina. I've had MS over 20 years now, but one thing that I've been challenging with this past year is the fact that on paper, my MS looks well managed. So I've had no active lesions for many years now, but my doctor and I are seeing new symptoms appear. So we're having to go on almost a treasure hunt looking for lesions on the spinal cord, or just wondering if they're not showing up on an MRI. And so why is my foot going numb sometimes? Why am I having this weird feeling when I'm running? And just kind of struggling with that. So it's weird because on paper, yes, it's well managed, but in person, if you go to a doctor's appointment, it's completely different.
I'm picking up a point that you just made. Is it Brianna? Yes. That your sort of definition starts with, are there more lesions or am I having a relapse? But there's really all of this volume under the iceberg that's sticking out of the ocean, and all the things that lie beneath it. Is that a familiar concept? Like, yes, my doctor's looking at my relapses or lesions, but there are symptoms, there's progression that's happening kind of outside of that measure. Other people who might want to answer this question.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Matt. I actually am new to this. So I was diagnosed in 2022, November, actually getting ready to roll my 3-year anniversary with this diagnosis. So in that time, asking that question, I immediately started to chuckle because it's the first thing that popped into my head is to what, right? Like what? So you become this aspect of stable is a good thing. So I've lost, I'm now legally blind, so I can't drive anymore. I can't do a lot of things. If you struggle with that, I've got some cool apps that you can dive into. I've actually read more books than I have prior to getting this diagnosis. But anyhow, all that to be said, this stability is where. So like when I go to the ophthalmologist I just went in October, and he said, hey, things look like they've plateaued. And it's like, even though there is no repair, that aspect of stable being a good thing, I suppose, is, I didn't take more than a multivitamin before, and now I'm on all kinds of stuff. So anyhow, yeah.
Yeah, that term stability kind of is a placeholder for, you're being well managed. And we heard from Troy about how many symptoms he's managing on top of the MS in addition. Paula.
So I'm going to use the question that you posed after you had mentioned it. But what does well managed actually mean? And I think to double click into what you said, while I'm on a DMT, there's everything else that surrounds my well-being that I have to take in consideration. The amount of vitamins or additional drugs I have to take on top of it day after day to make sure that I continued what well-balanced means is impressive. My husband's always like, how many more pills are you going to take? Then it's the exercise regimens to make sure that you're constantly fit enough to handle the times of fatigue. And then it's how do I make sure I prepare for my day, the cognitive recall things that impact my day to day. It's almost what surrounds really what it means. And then when you look across to your neurologists and they're like, no, you're good, you're better than most. I am not as good as where I want to be. Yes.
Yeah, big difference there, big gap.
I just want to add to that real quickly. I think there's a big difference between well-managed and adapting, I think, and that's what we're good at. We adapt, so.
Great point, great point. So our final discussion question before our break is, what worries you most about living with MS? And I think we have Marcus ready to answer.
Yeah, Marcus from Virginia, diagnosed in 2008. I've heard a lot of people in the room talk about kind of the invisible stuff, the depression and the cognition, so I'll drill down on that. I went to a neuropsychologist and they talked about basically my encoding or kind of learning new things was really affected. And I was like, great, how do I fix that? And it was crickets. So not only medication for that sort of thing, but also pairing that with techniques. I had to go and do a lot of independent research on memory techniques like constructing memory palaces and active recall and spaced repetition and different things to allow me to be able to kind of force feed my brain into getting back to learning things so I could do things like passing certification tests. I'm a project manager, a program manager, getting my PMP back, passing that test, it's a lot of studying, a lot of stuff I have to memorize. So that's really what worries me as a professional, is being able to, even the routine quarterly CBTs that you have to take as part of being in the corporate world, right? Like those different things. So that's what really worries me.
Thank you so much for starting us off. Maybe we'll go.
Hi, I've been living with MS for 32 years, and I think that one of the things that I deal with is fear. Like, it's so unpredictable. We don't know what's going to happen tomorrow, and it's not like we're letting this disease happen to us. Everyone in this room is fighting like heck, doing what we need to do, all the doctor's appointments, the PT, the exercise, all those extra pills that you talked about. But we still live in fear because we don't know what will happen tomorrow. I think walking is the thing that's taken away from me most often. So every day I try to get out and walk, and the first thing I do is I'm thankful for my legs working because I don't know tomorrow if they will. So, and it's not just the fear that we live with, it's all the people who love us that live with that fear as well. My husband asked me on a date 30 years ago, and he knew I had MS, and I'm so grateful, but I know he worries about me every day. My daughter, who's 20, she has a slightly higher risk for having MS, and also military, we've heard now, has a higher risk for getting MS. And she knew that, and she ran toward that. She's at the Air Force Academy now studying to be an aeronautical engineer. And I know she worries about this. So what are we doing to quell, to squash those fears that we all live with and everyone lives with every day? I think it's about disease-modifying treatments, and then the symptom treatments, to make sure that we can wake up and not be scared of what the day will bring.
Well, thank you for that. And you brought up an important issue of how it affects your families and what their worries and fears are for you, for them, for your family unit as a whole. Got one over here, Nikki.
Hi, I'm Nikki. I was diagnosed in 2015. I'm from Minnesota. And I want to start by saying how healing it is and to hear stories, because one of the biggest symptoms of MS is isolation sometimes, and you feel like no one understands you, and I resonate with everything everyone has said. And another thing I want to point out is I was thinking about, we talk about the physical sort of accumulation of disease activity, and I hope that we are also looking at the cumulative mental health impacts of ourselves and also our kids and our families, and really thinking about the constant masking. I'm stealing dopamine dressing from Denise because that is totally what it is. Like, we're always pushing to look normal, whatever that definition is, or show up in a normal way. But I'm going to directly answer. What worries me most is that my kids. I have always done this work with them in mind because I don't want them to face this. And I know that I had mono when I was 18, a really bad case, and I think that's probably the event that led to the MS. And when my son recently had mono, the fear for him and like, what can we do to so that his course is different, that he's healthy. I mean, like, it just throws you into a spiral, right, around the fear for your kids. So thank you all for being here today and fighting for all our kids and ourselves and our families. Thank you. You'll hear from me later.
And your point about the concern for passing this on to your child or a predisposition, that's come up a number of times already. Monica.
So the fear for me, as you mentioned, we fight for this every day. We're fighting. But as we fight, research is on somebody's desk right now. And with the MSRP not being funded this year for the first time, somebody's cure for our illness is on somebody's desk. And we're fighting, we're going forward with MS, but research is going backwards. And that is my biggest fear, that my grandchildren, my great-grandchildren will now know MS. And I've had MS almost 20 years. And my comfort was always knowing that my grandchildren and beyond would not know MS. It would be smallpox to them in a book. But now my fear is that my grandchildren will not just remember me with MS, but they may be impacted with MS. My son has MS also. So my fear is that the next generations are going to still know MS, and they shouldn't at this point. But MSRP wasn't funded. We're fighting for ourselves. We're fighting for our lives every day. We fight our doctors every day. Now we have to fight research. So it's just like, it's a fear that when is it our turn to stop fighting for something?
I know your will and your aspiration and dream for that is shared by everyone in this room, and the Society's campaign, MS Ends With Us. We got to get something done to get it back on track and make sure that research is vibrant and leads to better solutions than we have today. Sam, we're nearing the end of our time together. What are we hearing from online participants?
A lot on addressing all the questions that have been brought up this morning, sort of focusing on the later ones. We heard from Charity, who said her biggest worry is losing my cognitive ability and not being able to work any longer. I'm an executive assistant and need to be able to problem solve and remember tasks and information that is rapid fired at me when that is already my biggest struggle. I asked my doctor if there was any way to get that ability back, and she just laughed. Lisa shared her biggest concern is continued progression that will further limit my life. I can no longer drive due to vision issues. What happens if my spouse is no longer around to drive when needed? Brittany shared that what worries her most is the uncertainty of the disease and if I would need to rely on someone to help me. I have aspirations for my career and personal life, but wonders if she'll be able to accomplish those things. We also have a number of comments on the question around if they feel their MS is well managed. Laura shared, I haven't had an MRI change for over 10 years, being diagnosed 20 years ago, but experienced constant progression. And Jason shared, when it comes to being well managed, my doctor says, yes, I'm doing my DMTs, I have no new lesions, although I started out with 38, and my symptoms are being managed with medications. I've done all the therapies, and yet I'm still regressing. And then just one more. Michelle shared, anxiety for my future concerns me. I have been very blessed and was diagnosed at 35 and am now 63. I have secondary progressive MS, and I retired 2 years ago after teaching for 27 years. We have one child, age 24. How likely or unlikely will it be for him to get it?
So many impactful comments, both from online, from this room, from our amazing panelists here. Know that the written comments that we don't get to read, have time for today, go into the meeting record. They'll be part of what we use to generate the voice of the patient report. I know we could easily continue this discussion, but let's pause here for a 90-minute break for lunch, for rest, for self-care, and return at 1:30 Eastern Time for the next session. And I hope those participating via the live stream will rejoin us again in 90 minutes. Dr. Antoneta will be back with us to give a brief overview of current management and treatment approaches to MS, following up on some of the dialogue we've already had today. We'll have another group of panelists and then more discussion. So thank you all for being here, for your contributions, and the amazing discussion we've had so far today. Welcome back to the Shaping Tomorrow Together externally led patient-focused drug development meeting dedicated to multiple sclerosis. We have another full session, so I'll get us started on this second topic dedicated to management and treatment approaches for MS. The agenda and program booklet, including the discussion questions and highlights from the Shaping Tomorrow Together survey, are available on the Shaping Tomorrow Together webpage and in the resources tab of the Zoom live stream. It's important to note as we start out on this second topic, some additional defining lines related to treatment discussion. EL-PFDD meetings focus on topics that the FDA has responsibility for, or at least partial responsibility for. For that reason, there are some topic areas that we will not focus on today, even though we know they're important, vitally important to the MS community. So to make the most of this very unique opportunity, we will not get into detail on issues related to insurance coverage, pricing for various treatments, legislative issues, politics, and other things like that. These vital issues are worthy of focus in other settings and through other advocacy efforts led by the Society and other MS-related organizations. For those viewing the live stream, you can contribute written comments using the Q&A feature on Zoom, and members of our team are actively tracking your written comments, and my colleague Sam will bring those into the conversation so we all benefit from your perspectives. And any written comments that we receive that we can't get to during the limited time for discussion are part of the meeting record and will be captured in the voice of the patient report that will develop over the next several months. Another way to make sure your voice is heard is by completing the Shaping Tomorrow Together survey, which remains open through December 1st, and you can find a link to the survey on the webpage. So I'd like to welcome back Dr. Antoneta to provide a brief overview of the current treatment approaches being used to help individuals with MS manage their disease. Welcome back.
Thank you so much once again for the kind introduction, and I just wanted to thank everybody, all the participants. The stories that we heard today are super moving, and hearing how MS has affected every individual in a very different way is really touching, and I think it reminds me particularly of why I went into this field and why we're trying to do what we do. And with that, I am going to talk a little bit about overview of current treatments for MS and future horizons of where we think treatments may be directed. So generally when we talk about treatment for multiple sclerosis, we bin it into these three large categories, which include treatment of relapses or attacks of multiple sclerosis, symptomatic management, that is treatment of the symptoms of multiple sclerosis, and then finally disease-modifying medications. And those are medications that we give with the hope of changing what the natural history or the course of the disease might be over time. My talk is going to focus mainly on disease-modifying medications, but I did want to touch briefly on treatment of relapses. Let's remember that relapses can occur in multiple sclerosis, and they typically involve worsening, acute worsening of neurological symptoms that occur over the course of 4 to 6 weeks. And they are managed in order to improve function rapidly in that time period. Typically, we treat those with steroids. Typically, it was previously intravenous steroids, and I think now the majority of us have transitioned to just treating with high-dose oral steroids, so basically the same dose, but just orally. When those don't work, we also can use other therapies, including intravenous immunoglobulin and also plasma exchange. Symptom management, of course, continues to be important. We heard that a lot today. And I think symptom management is addressing the symptoms that an individual with MS carries on a day-to-day basis and might fluctuate from time to time. These medications are really important in improving the quality of life of people with MS. But one thing that I remind individuals is that those medications don't change the underlying course of the condition. And you take them to improve how you feel, but sometimes they're associated with side effects. So it's important to take them and remember that sometimes the side effects can be actually worse than the benefits that you're getting from them. And so we constantly have to be reevaluating those. But I think one of the main things that we do for that is multidisciplinary care. Physical therapy, occupational therapy, psychology are really important tools that we have. Individuals who have a lot of spasticity might use different muscle relaxants, anti-fatigue medications. We know that fatigue is probably one of the most common and disabling symptoms from MS, and there are several therapeutic options for that. We talked today a little bit about depression, and it's important to treat that with medications, but also with psychology. And then treatment of pain with neuropathic pain medications, specifically with medications that may not be habit-forming. And then finally, of course, medications for bladder symptoms. And this is just kind of touching on the most common symptoms, but I think virtually for every symptom related to MS, we have some tool, either pharmacological, which is a medication, or non-pharmacological to treat. But the majority of my time today, I'm going to be spending on disease-modifying medications because these are the medications that we think might change the course of what MS looks like over time. And so when we think about these disease-modifying medications in multiple sclerosis, we think about clinical goals. So what do we want to achieve with this medication? And so kind of the lowest hanging fruit there is prevention of relapses, prevention of the attacks. If a person does have an attack, perhaps the treatment they're on makes them recover better from their attack. And that actually has been shown. But ultimately, the goal, of course, is prevention of accrual of disability. And just remember that that prevention of relapses and improving recovery from relapse relates to the inflammatory aspects of multiple sclerosis. But then the prevention of accrual of disability, delaying the onset of worsening that occurs gradually with MS, previously as labeled as progressive MS, and impacting how quickly that worsening occurs, that probably is less related to acute inflammation, maybe more related to chronic inflammation and neurodegeneration. So we use those goals clinically, but very commonly we also use biomarker goals to do that. That is, if we just wait for the clinical stuff, which is kind of the tip of the iceberg, we're missing everything that's under the water. And for that, we have some MRI measures, such as gadolinium-enhancing lesions and new or enlarging T2 lesions. That's something that is a reflection of inflammation. And then stuff that might be perhaps slightly more progressive nature, more neurodegeneration, such as prevention of brain volume loss, or how much the brain is shrinking, how much the spinal cord may be shrinking. And then I think now more commonly we're thinking about levels in blood of certain proteins that we can measure, such as neurofilament levels, to normalize those as much as we can. So this is the evolving landscape for treatment of relapsing multiple sclerosis. So I think when I show this slide, I tend to tell people how many medications there were available when I started, which was 3, and so people can generally figure out my age based on that. But if you fast forward now to 2025, we have a very large number of therapies, and all of these therapies are therapies that are anti-inflammatory therapies. They're acting on relapses, they're acting on acute lesions, and to be honest, we have a lot of options for those, and these are the typical DMTs that when you go to your neurologist will be prescribed. Now, the reality is that specifically here for primary progressive MS, the treatment landscape is much more barren. There's only one medication that is approved for treatment. It's also an anti-inflammatory medication. And this is primary progressive MS, but as we discussed, that component of progression of slow worsening probably underlies almost every single individual with MS. Will have a component of that. We've heard it today. A lot of people say, my MRI is stable, I'm not having attacks, but I have this gradual worsening that occurs, and we really don't have treatments for that. Going back to these anti-inflammatory therapies, we used to talk about individual medications. Now we talk about classes of medications. There's a total of 9 classes, and how effective a medication is depends on what class it belongs to. And we have several classes that have more than one molecule or more than one medication. And the differences between those molecules within a class relates to how the medication is used, the route of administration, and perhaps the safety aspects. The majority of these medications act by interfering or modulating how immune cells are either entering the brain, or perhaps some of them, even once they get in the brain, how they're interacting with the central nervous system. This is a table that we show commonly in multiple sclerosis when we talk about anti-inflammatory treatments, and it puts efficacy on the x-axis, and then you put safety and tolerability on the x-axis, efficacy on the y-axis, and you can see the higher the medications are on that efficacy bar is that they're better controlling relapses and also new lesion formation. Generally, there's been this acknowledgement that the medications that are the ones that are most powerful are probably the ones that have the greater tolerability and risk in terms of safety, and then the medications that are the least effective are probably the ones that are safer. But there are clearly some outliers here, and you can see those medications that might be highly efficacious but might not be that risky. And on the other hand, we have stem cell treatment, which is perhaps our most powerful medication to treat multiple sclerosis, which of course is one of our riskiest medications. So what is the trade-off we pay for disease control? And when we use these medications, there's always going to be some risks of them. And those risks are short-term therapies. We heard about those. How does, for example, an injection that you inject into yourself make you feel in the short run? How does an infusion make you feel? And then the long-term risks. And because these are anti-inflammatory medications, the main risk we're talking about is an increased risk of infections. And then we also think about convenience and inconvenience, the need to take these medications on an ongoing basis, of course. The loss of independence, having to take a medication is something that sometimes is hard. And then, of course, the burden on the health system. How do we approach treatment with multiple sclerosis with anti-inflammatory medications? Well, here I'm showing the 2 main ways that we actually approach treatment. The figure that you see there is a figure that shows how many relapses individuals have in the blue and in the green dots. And as you can see, relapses are quite common early in the disease, and as you move along the disease course, relapses become less frequent on their own. And so the historical way that we've treated MS is something called an escalation approach. We start with low or moderate efficacy medications, and if a person has disease activity despite that, we go to a higher power medication, and that's the case of the figure on the left side. The alternative approach is actually to use highly effective medications from the beginning. And that probably makes a little bit more sense because there's probably more inflammatory disease activity, more relapses at the beginning of the disease. So if you use escalation, you're kind of losing that golden window of opportunity to treat with an anti-inflammatory. This is just a quick illustration of how this bears out in real-world studies. So this is not a clinical trial. This is an observation of individuals who were treated with either a low or moderate efficacy approach in the initial, and that was in a country called Denmark, compared to a country like Sweden where they use primarily high efficacy medications. And you can see the figure on the left shows how likely it is that people are independent of progression, that is, that they don't worsen over time. And clearly the people that use the high efficacy medication at the beginning are more likely to be free from progression. And similarly, on the right side is the effect on relapses. You're more likely to be relapse-free if you use one of these high efficacy medications. So in generally, as a field, we now are kind of embracing the high efficacy treatment option for the inflammatory phase of the disease. Now, despite the fact that we can treat inflammation quite well and we can control relapses and attacks, there are current therapeutic needs. And we've heard these very clearly today. It's a very clear theme that the treatment of progressive disease or gradual accumulation of disease outside of active inflammation, we don't have much for that. We don't have much to promote actually repair in the central nervous system. We have nothing that restores function. So we're great at preventing worsening, or we're okay at preventing worsening when it's inflammation related, but we're not great as once a person has some fixed disability, actually restoring their function. And then of course, as people age, we would like to combat neurodegeneration, and we do that with neuroprotective medications, but we still have none of these. And then finally, if we are able to identify individuals who are at very high risk of MS based on their genetics, based on where they live, based on what they've been exposed to, perhaps we can also do prevention trials, that is, prevent MS from occurring altogether. On the horizon, I think things that we are thinking about are anti-inflammatory medications that might work slightly differently than the ones we currently have available. Two examples that I'm going to give. One is Bruton tyrosine kinase inhibitors, BTKIs. There's one positive trial in secondary progressive MS, and there is some suggestion that this medication is working outside of its effect on active inflammation, and so we think that might be good for that gradual worsening. And then another form of anti-inflammatory medication, anti-CD40 ligand therapies, which are also in advanced clinical trials. Cell-based therapeutics, so these are medications that use cells actually to promote either control of the immune system or repair. The classical example of this is autologous hematopoietic stem cell transplantation. We talked about that as one of our most effective therapies, but we don't know if that actually helps with the gradual worsening of MS. Many of us think it might. And then finally, chimeric antigen receptor T cells. These are cells that are actually designed to latch on to specific targets in the immune system that we think might help with also that gradual worsening. And then finally, remyelination therapies is something that we've been working on very heavily in the last 10 years, and we're getting medications in initial clinical trials in humans, and these may stimulate oligodendrocytes, which are the cells that produce myelin, and there is a large variety of molecules for that. So in conclusions, treat symptoms and attacks with available multidisciplinary care and medications. There's extensive treatment options for relapsing forms of MS and anti-inflammatory medications. And there is a suggestion that if you use the high efficacy therapies early on, it may have long-term benefits. Progression and gradual worsening in MS remains hard to treat, and newer medications such as BTKI may be partially effective. And I do want to highlight that when we talk about that gradual worsening, it's present from the very beginning of the disease in many cases. So it's not something that's exclusive of secondary progressive MS. That's somewhat of an outdated view. And there's an ongoing question if more intense anti-inflammatory therapies such as CAR-T or stem cell transplantation may help with that gradual worsening. And finally, promoting repair, restoring function, and prevention are areas that we have to develop. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Antoneta, for that really comprehensive yet concise overview of the treatment landscape. Sorry, technical difficulties. We're bound to join us at some point. So as we move to the session now that you're probably most interested in hearing from our panelists, we have another amazing group of individuals who have really taken a lot of time and thoughtfulness to prepare remarks that will help lead us into the discussion of our discussion topics for section 2. We have Kylan Brown, Nikki Foster, Jim Turk, Samantha Strickland, and we'll wrap up with Angela White. And I just want to thank you all for sharing your perspectives with us, your experiences, and how you're currently managing your MS, and also what you hope to see on the horizon ahead. So thanks so much. We'll start with you, Kylan.
Yes, hello, my name is Kylan, and I'm from Washington State. I just want to start with a disclaimer that my MS diagnosis came very recently, and with that, a lot of recent discoveries have informed my journey so far. And you know, I just feel like it's informed my journey in a way that I feel privileged to have gotten the diagnosis very quickly and things like that. So this is a story of someone stubborn, as Denise said earlier, and privileged to be diagnosed at a time of such momentum. And yeah, so let's get to the beginning. I was diagnosed at 23 years old within 24 hours of going to the ER for blurriness and loss of vision in my left eye. I had been on a girls' trip and thought I was rubbing my eyes too much due to seasonal allergies, but my vision kept getting worse and worse and like dark. And I developed insomnia for the first time, and that's kind of when I knew something was wrong. I even fell asleep in the middle of a board game that weekend, which is unlike me. A close aunt who has MS encouraged me to seek medical attention once she heard my symptoms, recognizing them as signs of the disease. So I made a telehealth appointment. It was 2021. And the provider encouraged me to get imaging done. And then when I met with another doctor in person of the opposite sex, a man, they initially just suggested that I see an optometrist. So I was at the ER. I waited 8 hours to get there. And he said, go to the eye doctor. But I pressed and I said, the other doctor referred me to do this, and that's a bit of the audacity in my story, you'll see. So shortly after my MRI, he returned aghast. He was totally pale, and told me that I was being admitted to the hospital alongside a neurologist. They had found 12 active lesions across my brain and dozens of older ones. The spine MRI soon revealed more. I received a 3-day course of steroids, which slowly began to improve my vision over months, and that was when we concluded that I had relapsing remitting MS. I was referred to a neurologist to get started on Tysabri, which is also the drug my aunt was on, and it had been working for her for over a decade. So an MRI 6 months later let me know it was working for me as well. And I appreciated that Tysabri did not suppress my immune system, although the monthly infusion schedule was hard to manage. This past April, I learned that I had high levels of the JC virus, which many of us here know is a complication with Tysabri. So for me, it felt too risky to stay on Tysabri. It's a choice you can make, but I opted to switch medications then. So I was 4 years in, basically, and stable the whole time and facing a sudden trade-off. I had uncertainty and the fear that comes with switching treatments and the potential of relapse, not only to maybe a gap in treatment, but how my MS would respond to something new. Maybe it wouldn't even work. So I was also nearing the end of my first year of law school, and the fear of either relapsing or experiencing this often fatal side effect with Tysabri and the JC virus was consuming me during my final exams preparations. And it was almost impossible to study while my health and future felt so uncertain. But I did it. I'm okay. Yeah. And given the number of lesions that I had on my diagnosis, my neurologist and I chose to continue with a high efficacy first regimen, as Dr. Ontaneda just discussed. And we chose Briumvi. I did carefully research a lot of the other high-efficacy DMTs. Ocrevus has a slight breast cancer increase. Seems maybe statistically not too much, but still a lengthier infusion than Briumvi, which I chose. Also, Briumvi came out in 2023, and I just want to say that, since my diagnosis is what is crazy to me. Just new medications are still rolling out, and it's important, and this is why. The other options, I don't really like subcutaneous options. I'm pretty squeamish, actually. And other treatments like human stem cell transplants, honestly, are compromise your fertility, I believe. And also, that's something that I'm considering as someone who's now 27. And yeah, I just didn't want to, it's more risky as it was shown on that graph. So unfortunately, there are downsides on every front. And in the end, I chose Briumvi because it's twice a year and 1 hour, technically. That convenience comes with a risk of being immunocompromised, which was also touched on earlier. It's not an easy decision to make at all as a young person, and I think any person. I now wear an N95 face mask often at school. In class, I also sit apart from my classmates in the back. Not ideal for law school. But I do still get called on. And I wish the most effective medications in general didn't deplete my B cells and add this additional layer of anxiety to an already demanding disease and academic experience that I'm in now. So in addition to my slight vision loss persisting to this day, fatigue is one of the hardest symptoms I manage. And I still suffer from poor sleep ever since that first night of insomnia when I was getting diagnosed. I still also try to live an active lifestyle, but like also, I believe Scott said, it feels like someone turns gravity up a few notches just for me. Cognitive fatigue also weighs heavily on me, and I've had to build more time and careful preparation into my schedule to fully prepare for class and work. And I often wonder how I would be different and how much more I could accomplish if I didn't have all of these lesions. So repair is important to me too. At times, usually in social settings at the end of a long week, I lose words in conversation and I worry I'm not representing my true self. MS makes me question everything about my body and my mind every day. And while I'm grateful for treatments that have kept my MS stable and supported me in pursuit of my legal career, it has also taken me so much time and effort to treat and manage this disease. So even though the infusion itself is straightforward, the course of steroids that I have to go through before every infusion, pre-treatment steps like that, recovery afterwards, they leave me physically and emotionally drained. And at my age, with many years of treatment ahead, this routine doesn't feel sustainable, and I wonder how long-term B-cell depletion will affect my body over time. I'm interested in BTK inhibitors and other new treatments on the horizon that were discussed, as well as more treatment-related data on fertility and pregnancy safety, so that when the time comes, I can make informed decisions about family planning. And living with MS means navigating constant unknowns and trade-offs. Every change in my body or vision leads me to wonder if it's a relapse, a new side effect of treatment, or something unrelated at all. And that itself is a burden. So I hope the future therapies that are developed come with fewer risks, preserve and even restore our brain health and immune systems, and offer us the chance to live without the constant fear of what's ahead. That's really good.
Hi, everybody. Sorry, I just have to take a breath. Thank you for sharing. My name is Nikki, and I live in Minnesota. I was diagnosed with MS in 2015. In the years prior, I became an avid runner, and I celebrated my 40th birthday by training for and completing a half marathon. While that was a huge accomplishment, behind the scenes, I knew something wasn't right and hadn't been for some time. I was slipping during the race, and one morning shortly thereafter, when I was walking into my office, my right leg completely gave out. I was really scared and thought I was having a stroke. I visited an urgent care where they told me they thought it was a pinched nerve in my lower back from running, but an MRI of my lower back didn't provide any more clarity, and I was reassured that it wasn't MS. Things started to get worse. Once, while I was driving, I couldn't move my foot from the gas pedal to the brake. During a physical therapy session, I thought I was fully bending my knee, but it had barely moved. They referred me to neurology, and I remember feeling really anxious about that word. A second MRI pushed me to face my claustrophobia, and it was just the beginning of more testing. Someone talked about the spinal tap they wouldn't wish on anyone. That was part of my journey, too. I received my MS diagnosis just a few days after my 41st birthday. The diagnosis journey was traumatic and exhausting, but it at least gave me direction. I worked with a physical therapist who specialized in MS and helped me keep walking and even running a little bit. Again, there's an anti-gravity treadmill that is really groovy and helped me with that. My kids were 10 and 13 at the time, and I wanted to do everything I possibly could to demonstrate resilience. I stopped driving for a while, and my sister drove me to work every morning with a Starbucks stop along the way, bonus. I learned that there are just so many levers that we have to pull when we live with MS. Family support, community involvement, physical therapy, and good medical care. It truly touches every part of your life. On the treatment side, I started on Copaxone. My first neurologist didn't have much experience treating MS, so once I had time to process my diagnosis, I sought a second opinion. This neurologist was an MS specialist, and she discovered I had a more aggressive form of the disease, so they switched me to Tysabri. The risks of contracting the JCV virus, or worse, a brain infection, terrified me. The 28-day infusion cycle was also tough as a working mom. Each session left me feeling wiped out and needing downtime to recover, which meant missing a few days of work every month from the job that I love, and maybe even a few softball games. My employer was supportive, but it still felt really unsustainable and disruptive. Eventually, my third neurologist discovered that I was positive for the JCV virus, so we had to reevaluate my treatment. Ocrevus had recently been approved, so I decided to try it. I had infusion reactions during my first dose, along with other doses and many other side effects, and exhaustion lingered for 1 or 2 weeks after each one. The post-infusion fatigue leaves me in a fog, and I often don't realize how much my cognition and energy have been affected until it lifts. This last March, a new lesion appeared for the first time in nearly a decade. It was disheartening, but it led me to change course. I started on Briumvi, and I've had 2 infusions so far. It's been a better fit for my schedule given the shorter infusion time, and like Ocrevus, I only have to go in for treatment twice a year. It does change life's rhythm, though, right? You're really planning for, for perpetuity of when you're going in for these infusions, when you have to prepare to recover from the infusions and even prepare to go in. I still feel the wave of fatigue at the end of the treatment cycle and kind of check out for a week. But so far, the side effects have been easier to manage. I'm grateful to have choices, but sometimes it feels like choosing between Coke or Pepsi. We need more options that don't feel like variations on the same theme and are tailored to an individual's MS course. I hope that future therapies focus on myelin repair and regeneration. Sorry, gotta look at my babies for a second. Look at them, so cute. Today, MS shows up most in my walking and spasticity in my lower body. Physical therapy keeps me mobile, and I use a cane when stiffness sets in or when I have to stand for longer stretches. I have joint pain from wear and tear on my muscles from spasticity, and I was recently also diagnosed with Sjogren's, which adds to the puzzle. Managing menopause alongside MS has also been really challenging, and I'd love to see more research in this area. I'm really close with my 3 college roommates, and I'm the second among us to have MS. She told me, this is truly a disease that you have to live to understand, and she's absolutely right. One story I want to touch on is that I didn't really realize the impact of my MS on my kids until one day my daughter wrote an essay stating that they feared there would be a day when we couldn't continue our tradition of dancing in the kitchen together. That image stays with me. This disease is ground shifting, and I believe that preserving your sense of self is critical to achieving positive impacts with MS, positive outcomes with MS. I've had to make difficult decisions about how I show up for my family and the job that I love, but I'm aware that without the advances of the past decade, my options would be far more limited. I hope therapies will move beyond slowing damage to restoring what's been lost so people with MS can maintain their true selves and that one day we'll have a cure. Thank you so much for your time.
Hi guys, I'm just going to let you know real quick, this is a fan. Most of you probably know that. I'm surprised I'm not seeing any others of these, but I would be throwing up or fainting if I wasn't wearing it, so be glad I'm wearing it. Anyway, my name is Jim, and I live in Wisconsin. I've always prided myself on having an athletic lifestyle. Sports like softball and marathons were a big part of my life, and how I stayed close to many of my friends from high school who are still good friends of mine today. And I'm 54. But as I approached 30, I started experiencing symptoms that I chalked up to getting older. It became difficult for me to stay focused on fly balls during softball, first symptom that I remember, in games, and to train for marathons. That started in 2000. By 2006, after 2 more major mystery exacerbations and shortly after I had started graduate school, I lost my speech. I could communicate, but it was difficult. I was tested for a stroke, but no clear answers emerged. My wife and other people close to me could see that something was wrong, but it was hard to pin down the cause. I worked to maintain an active lifestyle, but new symptoms appeared. Even though I was running indoors, I experienced numbness in my hands and had a hard time turning off my iPod at the time. I felt like my hands were oven mitts. The most detrimental symptom was my loss of bladder control, though, to the nether regions. And I will say that off topic, or not off topic, I always say to people, I'm numb. I don't have a lot of function below the waist. That's not just my legs. So that's how I present it to people. Anyway, I work to maintain, I did that one already. That's okay. The most detrimental, bladder control. This ultimately forced me to stop marathon training. The fear of that I wouldn't be able to make it to the bathroom in time was embarrassing and discouraging. I felt dismissed by my doctor when I told him about my concerns, and I began to feel like a hypochondriac. It wasn't until 2008, nearly 8 years after serious symptoms appeared, that I was finally diagnosed with relapsing remitting MS, which eventually turned into secondary progressive MS. That diagnosis terrified me, and it was difficult for me to reconcile with my identity as a hard-working and active father of two. With the approval of my neurologist, I entered a clinical trial that involved swallowing parasite eggs. This put my background in research to the test, and I was now a participant willing to go to great lengths for relief. After the trial, I decided to try a DMT and started Rebif. After 8 years, 3 painful injections a week was unsustainable, and I transitioned to Ocrevus. It was more convenient for me and appeared to be working well until the pandemic forced me to make a choice between continuing infusions or receiving the COVID vaccinations. So people were somebody was already talking about having a compromised immune system. Obviously, it's well known that that vaccinations in a lot of cases aren't as functional, and I needed full function. I ultimately discontinued Ocrevus, deciding it wasn't providing enough benefit to justify the trade-off. I have now returned to using a DMT. Over time, my gait and balance have declined, and now I use a wheelchair to navigate around in the world outside my apartment. Certain words still challenge my speech, though not as severely as before. My most persistent challenge is still bladder control. The anxiety that stems from not being able to make it to the bathroom in time or relying on the dexterity of my hands once I get there feels debilitating. Living with that fear of embarrassment each day affects me just as profoundly as my physical symptoms. My prescription bladder control medication helps, but staying true to my openness for unconventional treatments, I've found that small doses of vape THC are especially effective for bladder control and spasticity. This has been instrumental in helping me feel like I'm not facing an emergency every time I have to go to the bathroom. To me, it's better alternative than wearing a catheter or wearing Depends or getting a catheter, inserting a catheter. I also take Zoloft to help manage depression. Alongside these measures, I've found that meditation, leading music therapy, having a strong support network have been immensely helpful. Even though I have a background in research and biotechnology, I understand the current reasoning. I still wish the timeline to bring a new drug to market was shorter. Promising MS treatments often feel decades away, and the options on today's treatment menu seem like variations of the same thing. Looking ahead, I hope to see different kinds of MS drugs, ones that stop the progression, ones that restore lost function, ones that address the underlying pathology of the disease. These developments would not only bring relief, but also real hope for the future. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Samantha, and I live in Florida. One morning in February of 2021, I woke up with pain and blurry vision in my left eye. Over the course of a couple of days, it quickly progressed to almost complete loss of sight in that eye. I was able to quickly get in with my doctor, who thought I was experiencing acute glaucoma and sent me straight to an eye doctor. The eye doctor told me to urgently go to the ER and get an MRI. I panicked. The first thing that came to my mind was I had a brain tumor. At the ER, they casually told me I might have MS, which was sort of a relief from a brain tumor. But the MRI confirmed that diagnosis just 3 days after my vision started to decline. But in hindsight, I can recognize that I had symptoms a decade before. That first night, my diagnosis devastated me. I already knew MS well from my mother-in-law. She is severely affected by MS and has lost the use of 3 of her limbs and doesn't get out of the house really at all. And all I could think about were my 2 young boys. I wanted to be the mom that they needed and deserved. And I was scared that an MS diagnosis would prevent me from doing that. I was worried whether MS might have a genetic link, meaning my kids would have it coming from both sides of the family. Despite the initial devastation I felt about my diagnosis, my MS has felt almost invisible to me most days. I was immediately prescribed Tecfidera, which is something I could take orally twice a day. But I wasn't used to taking daily medications, and I would sometimes forget to take that nighttime dose. Even so, my vision problems improved, and they don't really affect me unless I'm really hot or overtired. One of the hardest things to manage has been my annual MRIs since I'm allergic to contrast dye. I've ended up having to be transported twice to the ER with allergic reactions during MRIs. Earlier this year, my MRI showed that I was having a relapse. This warranted a change in medication to something stronger. I switched to Ocrevus, which is the first infusion-based DMT that I've had. I had my first half dose in May before receiving the second half dose in June. The adjustment has been difficult. While it's a relief to only have to think about treatment twice a year instead of twice a day, I've physically felt worse on Ocrevus. After being mostly symptom-free since I was diagnosed, I've not felt good since the day of my infusion. The first 2 months were the worst. My arms and legs felt like they were concrete. I have had body aches, and fatigue has been debilitating for weeks after my infusion. This summer, the side effects made my life hard. My husband and parents had to step in and help with my kids and manage daily life. During our beach vacation, my body felt so weighed down that I couldn't get out of bed. I'd also been planning a national park trip with my 2 boys at the end of the summer. They really still wanted to go, so I had to forewarn my 13-year-old that if we got out there and Mom couldn't do it, he was going to have to take the lead in keeping an eye on his younger brother and how to call Dad to come get us home if needed. But our hikes were shorter. We had to drive more than what we were used to walking to. And it's been humbling to face limitations in situations that once were so simple, even with my MS diagnosis. One constant element in my MS journey has been anxiety about what's happening to my body and what the future holds. At the time I was diagnosed, I was at peak stress. I've made lifestyle changes to help keep my stress low, leaving my previous stressful job and switching to a part-time work-from-home position that's helped relieve a lot of that work stress. But my recent relapse brought the anxiety back full force. I've started on medication to manage it, and I've also sought therapy for health anxiety. But right now, I still find myself anticipating the worst. I'm dreading how I might feel over the holidays, knowing my next infusion comes in early December. I've started to wonder if I might have to change medications again if I experience the same side effects that I did in June. It just wouldn't be sustainable for me. The shift from a predictable twice-a-day pill to one that requires pre-treatment protocols and travel to an infusion site has changed my life this year. After years of stability, I'm in unfamiliar territory, facing new symptoms and new side effects, weighing new risks, and constantly wondering what's next. I often think about my mother-in-law and how much independence she lost. And I wish for therapies that could restore that for her and give her freedom back to her and others that are in her circumstance. I also think about my boys, and I would love to see something for prevention for high-risk individuals like my sons. Navigating MS comes with trepidation, but also hope. My boys are what keep me moving forward. Our family has a goal to visit all the national parks together, and I want to be able to experience that journey with them, living life as fully as I can along the way. Thank you.
Hi. So my name is Angela, and I live in Washington, D.C. When MS entered my life 23 years ago, I actively questioned the veracity of this diagnosis. So it is somewhat ironic to be on this panel recalling that time. I hope my reflections and those shared by everyone today will benefit all those like me then who are out there listening and participating and will help to shape a better tomorrow for all of us. My journey started in the fall semester of 2002, when I noticed that no matter how many eye drops I used or how much I cleaned my glasses, I was unable to see out of a spot in my left eye. It was like there was a hole in my vision. I thought it was due to a detached retina based upon family history, and I was able to see an ophthalmologist immediately. followed by a neuro-ophthalmologist who ordered an emergency MRI and made an appointment for me with a neurologist after getting the results of that MRI. 10 days later, the results confirmed a diagnosis of progressive relapsing multiple sclerosis, a disease I had never heard of before. So throughout this roughly 2-week period, as a college instructor, I turned to academic research and the internet for more information on MS and what caused it. But I didn't see anyone who looked like me in my searches. And I didn't fit the profile of the typical person with MS. However, my neurologist explained that one diagnosis could explain the constellation of symptoms and that I had brushed off since my undergraduate years, and the myriad of test outcomes, and that was MS. And the disease had been active for quite some time. So I've been through an extensive journey of trial and error with DMTs over the years. From the early days of DMTs when we had to reconstitute the injectable medications and auto-injectors to oral medications and infusions. I was on Tysabri for nearly 8 years until I tested positive for the JC virus. I switched to Tecfidera, but I had a reaction that caused me to gain 10 pounds in 10 days. That wasn't sustainable. So I returned to Tysabri for another 4 years. I tried rituximab based on its use in Europe, but it wasn't approved in the US for MS. When Ocrevus received FDA approval, I knew I wanted to try it because of its demonstrated efficacy with progressive MS. But not long after I received my first 2 titrated infusions, the pandemic hit, and B-cell depletion became a concern. As a caregiver for my mom, who has chronic health conditions, I was worried about protecting both of us. So all of these concerns together led me to being off a DMT for nearly 2 years, before eventually restarting Ocrevus. Despite strong adherence to healthy lifestyle factors and being on an efficacious DMT, I am still experiencing disease worsening. I propose that future treatments for MS should include ways to measure, assess, mitigate stages of progression occurring between appointments and which may be missed during clinical or radiological observations. I believe technology can be utilized to fill this gap with tools that capture motions and can be calibrated to detect loss of balance, incoordination, tremor, and foot drop, and other symptoms, providing a means of measuring progression for worsening and revealing patterns in real-world, real-life conditions, providing opportunities to establish correlations and to make adjustments that could help improve quality of life and stop progression or worsening. It would be incredible to have a wearable device that captures this information passively. I believe the use of technology such as this could one day even extend to clinical trials, making it possible to better evaluate treatments in real-life situations beyond the typical protocols and static measures collected at predetermined study intervals, and improving health outcomes across multiple endpoints, MS subtypes, and even comorbid conditions. 18 years ago, following a series of MS-related incidents at work, I made the difficult decision, as many of you have, to step away from my career in academia that I loved and from which I had expected to retire in my quote-unquote golden years. That major life change caused me to isolate, fall into a deep depression, and gain weight, just shy of 400 pounds. Getting to a point where all I could manage in a day was personal hygiene, a bit of computer work, and any necessary appointments. Through talk therapy, through social connection, through getting involved in events and groups, I began to understand that I was experiencing grief on top of MS. I had been grieving the life I thought I'd have. Living in DC, career often defines you, and this loss felt especially heavy, profoundly heavy. I was eventually motivated to start a walking routine, even if it meant facing painful symptoms. And I even joined I didn't even join some, I participated in every MS walk that there was from the time of my diagnosis through this year. And I thought, if a cure is discovered, do I want to be in the best or worst shape of my life? Getting involved with events, getting involved with social groups, finding a community in the Black MS community, all of these things helped me to feel less isolated. It was the community I wish had been more visible when I was first diagnosed. These supports, therapy, the physical activity, and community are other essential parts of the wellness regimen I have relied upon, along with other symptomatic treatments including Adderall for fatigue, baclofen for spasticity, Lexapro to help me manage the emotional lability, and Ayurvedic and traditional Chinese medicine herbs to help with brain health. Overall, my goal, my hope, my imploring to you all is that advances in technology and medication help people better understand what is driving their progression and address it more directly without trialing multiple treatments or living with the side effects of treatments. I often think about how my own experience might have been different if I had had more information to guide me, how I might have addressed symptoms and all of the ways in which they combine to affect the physical, the mental, the emotional being. These advances are within reach, and I look forward to the day when real-time insights become a reality in caring for those of us living with or affected by MS. Thank you.
So we are so grateful for those captivating and compelling narratives. It's not easy to go back in time or recall the recent past and the decisions you've made and put them into the context of this meeting. So thank you ever so much, Angela, Samantha, Jim, Nikki, Kylan, for helping get us started on this part of the conversation. You know, we heard about the varied medical and supportive approaches that these individuals are employing to slow disease progression, treat relapses, relieve symptoms, and optimize overall well-being in the face of MS. We also heard about treatments that are working well, those downsides and challenges they encounter as well. So I'll just put this into the context of the discussion that we're about to have and remind you our purpose today is not to spotlight any particular treatment, approach, or medication in either a positive or a negative way, but to better understand how well the available therapies meet the needs of people living with MS, as well as to highlight unmet needs and treatment aspirations. And just a second reminder that we won't get into topics of cost of drugs or insurance coverage, health-related legislation, and all of that. We know those are important topics, but they're not within FDA's oversight, so we'll not address them today. For those participating online, I want to remind you, you can contribute to this discussion by submitting written comments using the Q&A function on Zoom, and my colleague Sam is paying close attention to those along with members of the Society's team so that we can bring those into the conversation at different points. And you can also use the chat feature to interact with fellow meeting participants on a social basis. I understand this jacket's getting a little attention online. Link to follow. I'm going to become an influencer. For those of us here in the room, the microphone runners have got their tennis shoes and roller skates on again, and they will be looking for your raised hands. We won't put anyone on the spot, but we'd love to engage with as many of you as possible. We'll do our best to hear from folks who haven't yet had an opportunity to join the conversation and then return to those we've heard from either this morning or earlier in the session. So a reminder, you can find the meeting program, the agenda, and the discussion questions linked in the Shaping Tomorrow Together webpage and in the Zoom Resources tab. So let's get started with the first question that FDA has posed for this topic. What are you currently doing to manage MS? And I believe we have Damien ready to give us a start on this discussion topic.
Thanks so much. This is a great event, and really enjoyed meeting a lot of you today. And I've been working with the folks with the society for many years now, supporting Suzanne Ambari on a lot of legislative issues with Capitol Hill. I just want to briefly talk about future options, treatment options. I was diagnosed 10 years ago, probably had MS for 15. Usual symptoms, foot drop, vision issues, numbness, balance issues, that sort of thing. Been on Zeposia for about 4 years. Prior to that, Tecfidera, also taking Ampera and some baclofen, which is a muscle relaxer. 6-7 years ago, I put in my Google alerts MS treatment options, research and development, that sort of thing. And something popped up from the University of Texas Southwestern, a new therapy. I was very fortunate to get selected to be part of a clinical trial. It's called Repair MS trial. Phase 2 results were recently released at ECTRIMS a few weeks ago. Very positive results. I had to travel down to Dallas, Texas every 6 weeks, blood draw, MRI, that sort of thing. And over the course of the 4-month trial, I noticed significant improvements and basically all my symptoms. I could walk faster, think a little bit better, although my wife would disagree with that. Numbness went away, balance was improved. I went off the drug for a while. They opened it up to an expanded access program. I've been back on the drug for a year, and it's just really been a life changer as far as overall improvement. While this drug is not currently available, I believe the company and University of Texas Southwestern are planning a phase 3 trial in the next year or two. So I highly encourage you to look into that, and happy to provide more information. And really, a lot of this development could not have been done without the society's investment. Several years ago, I think 5-6 years ago, there was a program where the society funded a variety of drug development efforts, and because of that, I was able to access this trial, and I'm here much improved than what I was before, and I highly encourage you to look into it. So thanks to everyone. If the person from the FDA is here, it'd be great to accelerate review of phase 2 results and help companies get into phase 3. So if you're still here, I'd love to talk to you later. Thank you.
Thank you, Damien. And you bring up an important point about the opportunities to participate in research as part of the, in an effort to achieve the best function and quality of life possible. And we heard that from Jim early on in his journey, also joining a clinical trial. So we want to keep that in the mix as well. LB, if you got somebody else with a hand up over there, who else would like to address the question, what are you doing to currently manage your MS? I see over here. Is that Marquez?
So I was thinking about this one while you all were talking, and of course, being diagnosed since 2008, you taking your disease-modifying therapy. I've been on 3, Avonex, Tecfidera, and currently Aubagio. I also do vitamin D supplementation and a multivitamin. I also really focus on diet and exercise. I work out 6 days a week. Kind of documented that on Facebook. A lot of people have come up to me during the meeting and said they see it. I also am really particular when I feel like I'm in a situation where anxiety or depression is involved to reach out to a counselor or a therapist. I've done that a couple of times in the last few years. And I also do research on memory techniques because one of my biggest things is the cognitive symptoms. So that's kind of what I'm doing to kind of try to manage it.
I really appreciate that holistic view of, medications, supportive therapies, just behavioral strategies that you yourself employ, diet, exercise, all of those things. And if we could bring up the survey data, it's really reflected in what we've heard through the survey as well, that 81% of the survey respondents are currently taking one or more prescription medications, which includes OTC, over-the-counter medications, vitamins, supplements, and all of the other types of medications. 71% are currently taking a disease-modifying therapy, and 66%, which is of the total survey respondents, have taken one or more DMTs. You just mentioned having 3 DMTs that you've been on. And then the listed reasons here are the top reasons of why they are no longer taking one that they've taken in the past. And it's just interesting that, you know, the sort of grab bag of things that all of you rely on to, you know, achieve the best function possible. Curious, anyone else want to answer the question? What are you currently doing? I see a hand over there. Poor LB's got to navigate the table arrangement.
Hello again. I'm Rebecca, by the way, of the Nethers. I may have new business cards printed up soon. So I also am on my 3rd DMT. I've had MS for 21 years. And presently I have a DMT. I have 2 other prescription medications I am on. I think I have about 10 supplements that I take daily. I have a massage therapist who I see every 2 weeks. I also often do stretch therapy every 2 weeks, kind of. These, of course, are not covered by insurance. I'm very grateful to be able to pay for these myself. I also have a therapist, and I get Botox injected in my neck, my legs, and you guessed it, my bladder. I self-catheterize every day as necessary, and I'm always looking for other things to throw at the wall to see what sticks to make life a little bit better.
So thank you for that, Rebecca. And you know, in addition to, you've mentioned a couple of devices, and I know Dr. Campbell mentioned the Device Center being interested in this meeting. We've heard a lot from the meeting already today about different devices that are useful in managing, whether it's catheter assistive devices, different types of wheelchairs. Jim's got the fan around his neck, so some of them are medical and some of them are just purely sort of learned adaptations. Angela's got some cool shoes that she wears as one of her assists. So really just want to make sure we capture the full array of things that help you live better lives. Go ahead, Angela.
A couple of things that I do as well is I have horrible balance on land. I have amazing balance in the water. So I'm able to get into the water as much as possible. I talked about the walking that I do. I am in awe of those of you who were athletes prior because I never was. But after being isolated and not being very mobile for like 3 years, I make it a mission now to move every chance I get. And so I don't take that for granted any longer. I used to, but I no longer do because I remember what it was like. And I do. If you have an opportunity to use an assistive device, I went from 1 cane, or no cane, to 1 cane, to 2 canes, to a rollator. I don't want to have to use another assistive device. But I am so grateful for this because this has allowed me to be able to do things that I never thought I could do half marathons, do challenge walks, 50 Ks, 50 miles. So whatever device is available to you, use it. Measure your results and figure out how can I make the most out of this day.
Very inspirational. Jim, you wanted to stir in something?
Yeah, I was just going to say that obviously I've read my statement or whatever that I practice a little bit of Buddhism, do a lot of, it's really just meditation. That's really kind of how I started it. It's evolved to some other things, but it's really just a system of ethics. It's not even a religion, but just right out of the gate, when I was diagnosed, I didn't have any clue what MS was, but somehow, deep down, I knew it was stress-related for me. in my case. And we're talking a lot about mental health drugs here. I just want to make sure that you all are also just paying attention to keeping yourself less stressed out, not multitasking so much if you can help it. All that said, I'm in a good position to do that, but it's helpful to at least do some research on the internet and just explore mindfulness or something in that area.
A good reminder, and Samantha had that in her remarks too, is stress reduction being a key coping strategy or adaptation, whatever word you would choose. So let's move to the next, if we could, the next discussion question, which you might be able to answer with however you're going to say it, is how has your regimen changed over time? And that could include things you've stopped or things you've started or things you've had to change. And T, right?
Hi, it's T again.
T, yes.
Don't ask her how to spell it.
Yeah.
T-Y,
No,
T-H-Y.
that would only mess you up. First of all, I just wanted to say I learned a lot from Angela's comment, how she's using Adderall for fatigue. I use Provigil. Whatever that's being used, what I wish would be discussed is there are a lot of side effects of Adderall. I know that I chose Provigil because it didn't increase or didn't lower the threshold for seizures, and that was important. And so trialing things with fatigue, which is a major symptom for all of us to live our best lives, we must try. And if the FDA could encourage more of a cleaner safety side effect profile for fatigue, that would be important. In terms of how life has changed for me over time, I'm still looking for the pill that'll keep me young, because it turns out that having MS, as I told Robin, I don't get a buy. It doesn't keep me from getting other illnesses. So yes, I do get my boobs squished every year, and that it's just a fact of life that we have to move on. But as Dr. O mentioned, neurodegeneration is something that's happening, and I want to know the pace of that, and is it faster for people with MS? And as I mentioned to him at lunch, I want to know about neuroplasticity, and that Dr. Owen mentioned that when you were first diagnosed with MS, our neuroplasticity is high. How can we take advantage of that? How can we keep that going? Because that is necessary for this idea of living our best lives. And of course, everybody would benefit from a little bit of the fountain of youth, even if I have to relive the years that I had to have MS as I was growing older.
Thank you, T.
I just wanted to add one more modality that I think is pretty important that I've recently come across. I have symptoms more in one leg than the other. And recently I've gotten a neural stimulator, a sleeve for the leg, which has been personally programmed by the creators of it. And what it does is it stimulates it. It adds to the normal stimulation to the muscles so that they work in sequence. So when I'm walking, I don't trip as much. I don't have as much veering. It is a very positive thing to have, and my physical therapist is just raving about the fact that I found this.
An amazing device for sure, and we had pictures of Zach on with the exoskeleton helping him move in his remarks. Yes, go ahead, please, Amy.
I'm Amy from Wisconsin. I was diagnosed in 2016.
Can you wait for the mic a second? Sorry, LB's getting her steps in.
Okay, I'm Amy from Wisconsin. I was diagnosed in 2016. My treatments have changed over the course of my disease. due to the fact that my MS has changed, whether it be internally, physically, whatever, they fail. I have been on 4 different DMTs. I am currently on Ocrevus, and the last time I had that infusion, it's failing. It's not giving me the boost, the get up and go. I have also been on 20-some different prescription medications at one time, which is not good for anybody because all of those symptoms and all of the backlash of all that is just going to make you go in a downward spiral too. So I guess what I am saying is when new DMTs and new therapies are being brought about, I would like the FDA to think of maybe combining symptoms that people are going through into one DMT instead of having them to take 5 to 10 different DMT or medications, prescriptions, therapies, whatever can be done. Because as MS attacks our own body, so are these DMTs to their own effect. And we don't need that. We need something to build us up because we're already being pushed down.
Thank you so much, Amy. That's important to think about. How can we economize on the number of medications that you're exposed to and address more of the symptoms in the setting of DMTs? Now we're coming back over here. I'm so sorry.
No, you're fine. I want to say thank you to Rebecca of the Nethers for making it a little more comfortable to talk about some of these topics that I think some of us might not have felt as comfortable with before. So as I mentioned earlier, I was diagnosed when my son was 6 months old. He was exclusively breastfeeding with the exception of maybe some mushed avocado was starting about that time. And so it was really important to me to be able to continue breastfeeding, which is not... which limited the number of drugs that I could choose from. And then the drugs that I was then using to breastfeed, I could not then take when I was pregnant. So I had to choose, really plan my second pregnancy based on taking my infusion, waiting 8 weeks, getting pregnant right then, or then I'd have to wait again until the next infusion. So I had to stop it during pregnancy and then restart within 2 weeks, which is with a 2-week-old, a little challenging to coordinate. But yeah, that's how it's changed for me.
Thank you so much for sharing that. It's an understudied area for sure of how do you manage pregnancy on these different therapies and which ones are going to be best in that unique setting. Yeah, John, please.
John in Pittsburgh. Again, I was diagnosed in 2005, and my medication journey was, like Dr. O had said, more traditional. So it was conservative. Mm-hmm. And we went with maybe not the most effective drugs at the time, but the safest. And within the first couple years, I've went through 5 total DMTs so far through my 20 years. The first 2 DMTs, that was kind of just like a honeymoon phase where we found out that didn't work real quick. But in the third DMT, when I had a relapse, it was one of my more severe symptoms that I gained. So as an MS patient, had I been more aggressive in, searching out more ethical drugs and those types of things, did I cost myself some type of a symptom, right? So I think it's, as we look at the risk-reward decision tree, we have to take everything into consideration, and it's really vitally important in the discussion between you and your doctor. Now that I'm beginning into the AARP era, comorbidities are coming up. So I deal with AFib. I've went through ablation surgery, and all of these other things now are starting to, okay, how does my DMTs affect this and how? So it's all interrelated as we go through the journey.
Yeah.
But as I look back in my personal experience, could I possibly have saved myself from my greatest, symptom?
Well, as your statement brings out, these are complex, factors to consider and weigh. And there's a field of research called preference studies, and it would be really challenging to sort of put all the DMTs and all the comorbidities and all the symptomatic and come out with a perfect solution. So I wouldn't beat yourself up too much about maybe feeling like, oh, if only. These are really complicated topics. I think we need to go and check on the Zoom, and then we'll come back to Zach.
Okay.
So Sam, what have we got coming in through the online comments? We know this is a topic of great interest.
Yes, it certainly is online as well. A lot of folks have expressed, similar to those in the room, that really holistic approach to management. Jennifer shares, to manage my MS, I really watch my diet to ensure I'm eating whole foods. Stress management is also very important to me. I have a structured movement, exercise, and meditation program that I do daily. My health has improved a lot, and I went off DMTs 3 years ago as the side effects of all that I had taken, 6+, I did a clinical trial, were not manageable on a daily basis. Laura shared a number of approaches that she has at the moment. I de-escalated to Aubagio after 7 years on Ocrevus that I started when approved after being on Rebif and Copaxone as I was prescribed in 2005. I also take baclofen and tizanidine as well as Botox shots in my right calf for spasticity and in the back of the thigh. I also go to Therapool, kept at 90 degrees 3 times a week. It doesn't do much therapeutically for balance, but is good for strength and stretching. Pariah writes, based on my 8 years of experience living with secondary progressive MS, physiotherapy and physical therapy 3 times a week have been central to managing MS symptoms. And Marguerite writes, I was diagnosed 22 years ago. I started on an injectable DMT right away and did very well on it. But after 21 years of injections, my stomach, thighs, and buttocks are so full of scar tissue that it was hard to find a place to inject. I switched to a once-a-day oral medication at the beginning of the year, and I loved the convenience, but had to discontinue it due to bowel incontinence and symptoms of neuropathy in my feet. I just switched to another oral medication, and I'm hoping it will be effective without any severe side effects.
Wow, that is a great set of additions to this conversation, and just the variety of routes that people go. It really conveys the sense of there's not necessarily, for people in Dr. O, I'm just going to call you Dr. O from now on, your shoes of irrational, like if-then statements that we go by necessarily. It's a lot of the art of medicine and not, doing as much as you can to promote overall well-being. Zach, did you want to stir something in?
Yeah. Hey, girl. Hey. So one thing I wanted to talk about was like, I talked a little bit about like the epilepsy and the history of drug use and stuff like that. Battling fatigue has been something that I've really, really struggled with heavy because like between physical therapy, occupational therapy, mental health therapy, I'm busy like 6-7 days a week. So like I am constantly, I am constantly fatigued. Anything that would be something that could be like help with the fatigue, anything that could stimulate that wouldn't also trigger like the epilepsy or make me feel uncomfortable with the past drug use, because I don't want to get back on doing like hard street drugs.
Right. Habit forming is an important factor for you to consider.
Exactly. Like I don't want to get on like certain drugs that are like prescribed for fatigue that kind of come across as being like a street stimulant or something.
Yeah, very, very important for us to hear. Thank you, Zach. So one of the themes that's sort of flowing across this conversation about how have things changed and why is just the concept of sustainability. Many of you have just remarked on, I was doing this, this, and this, but it wasn't sustainable. And something for a chronic condition like MS that needs to be sustainable through different phases and aspects of life. So let's hear from folks about the next question. How does your current treatment regimen treat the most significant aspects of your disease? It kind of ties into some of the topics we've covered, but Paula, you'll start us out.
Hi, Paula from Ohio. I was diagnosed in 2000, so it's been 25 years. D1 soccer player at The Ohio State University. Thank you, yes. There was another OH. I don't know, yeah, what you're boo-hooing, but I celebrated.
Well, you're awfully close to the University of Maryland, so you better watch out.
Yes. Look at this, I'm stirring up all fields.
Yeah.
But in all seriousness, I had the first symptoms of drop foot, which as a soccer player is a big problem. Spasticity, numbness, and then woke up paralyzed one morning, could not walk. Had to call for ambulance to come get me. Spent about a month in a geriatric ward learning to walk again because they couldn't find any place else to put me. And then the only disease-modifying treatment at the time was Avonex, which was a shot a week, flu-like symptoms. I was already gaining weight, so I gained about 120 pounds over the course of 2 months because I was on intravenous steroids. So to hear those symptoms from Avonex, I said no, I would prefer to cope with shopping. Real story. So at the time, right, I'm young, undergrad, all I needed to do was finish college and just figure out this disease. You heard part of my story before. It's 4 times over that by the grace of God, whomever you believe in, I am here because there were 4 times where I just wanted to not be here. And took that under my control, and thank you for the people that have rescued me. What I did realize in 2021 as I started to progress is that I needed help, and I looked for someone that looked like me to help me because there's been populations of people in all classes that we are underrepresented. So I purposely looked for someone that looked like me to help me. And she said, you need to go on the highest efficacy disease-modifying treatment that there is. And in 2021, it was Ocrevus. I've been on Ocrevus since 22. I'm allergic to Ocrevus. And so every time I go in, I get a swelled throat, itchy, they have to stop, I get Benadryl. While I feel good and I have all of these things surrounding me, the holistic approach, other medications that I take to help with my spasticity, because things have started to progress for me, I'm just trying to make do with it. There is still an aspect where I don't want my disease-modifying treatment I don't want to be allergic to it. I would like to live a better lifestyle approach. And I think it's really important to continue to take in consideration those fundamental attributes of these medications that we are on are still a detriment long-term or even short-term.
Thank you, Paula. It's quite a journey you've been on, and to go as far as you did without a DMT, and now to be sort of weighing the trade-offs. And Dr. O mentioned the trade-offs as he presented sort of what the options are. And we've heard from so many of you that it's a real balancing act, isn't it? Another perspective on how well is your current treatment regimen handling the most significant aspects?
I can't answer that one.
Okay.
But I do have a question for Dr. O. My name is Wendy. I've taken a look around the room earlier and now, and I appreciate the MS Society for gathering this group, which is basically over 30 and above. Okay. There's a few of you. But the majority of us in here are over 30 and 40 and some 50 and some like me. I've heard the same thing over and over again. you switch us from one DMT to another, to another, to another. Sometimes we get a little bit better. Sometimes we're allergic. And I understand you don't know if you're allergic until you take something. I get that. But being that you are the FDA.
Oh, he's not. He's Cleveland
He's not.
Clinic. He's Cleveland Clinic.
Oh, okay. He's not. But
Just clarifying.
okay. But the thing about it is we have to come up with something for those who are, and I hate to say this word, aging out. But we're not aging out of MS because MS is not leaving us. So we're going to have to come up with something that is going to sustain us to be able to have a healthy lifestyle. Has to be. Because I don't want to talk about the alternatives.
Right.
I want to live a healthy lifestyle. And I know that most of you in this room want to also.
Yes.
So the thing is, we got to come up with something. You know, I talk to people about Ocrevus. I talk to other people on other DTs. But the thing about it is, it's a crapshoot. You know, and we as a group of people and the MS Society have to have conversations like this more often to talk about what can we do. Because telling somebody who's 50, 60, 70, I'm taking off your DMTs and you're going to have to figure it out, that's not the answer.
That's right. And that is precisely why we're here, is to identify where there are areas of unmet medical need, and you all have raised dozens of them today. So we're taking notes. It's not going to happen overnight. I won't be promising that, but it's really important. So thank you for highlighting that for us. Bernadette.
Hi. I did want to maybe just respond. Just thank you for your question because you directed it at me. I was going to just turf it to the FDA, but I felt bad for the FDA person. But no, I think what we hear today, and I think what we hear when we're seeing patients is that, the DMTs we have help. I think early on, like you mentioned, and it helps with one very specific part of MS, which is acute inflammation and attacks. And there's a whole nother part of MS that maybe is kind of even more evident as people age. And it's not driven by just one mechanism. So early on, relapses and acute lesions, that's probably just one thing, which is acute inflammation. Later on in the disease, there's probably 4 or 5, maybe more different mechanisms that drive that. And I think that's why we're here today, because we need to think about how do we come up with treatments that target all of MS. So thanks so much for your question. I think it's super pertinent.
Thank you. All right. Thank you. Bernadette.
Hi, yes, I'm Bernadette. I was diagnosed in 2008. I've been on a lot of treatments. I was first on Copaxone, then Tecfidera, then Tisabri. Thankfully, I was JC virus negative, which allowed me to be on that for 6 or 7 years. And then I kind of gradually jumped to having secondary progressive MS diagnosed in 2022. So I've been on Ocrevus for the past 3 years. I have to say, I have not seen a difference at all in any way that I feel on Ocrevus. And while I'm hopeful and optimistic that there will be treatments for those that have secondary progressive MS, I've kind of made my peace with okay, I guess I'll be in a wheelchair, for the rest of my life. I'm only 43, but I am mostly hopeful for DMTs for secondary progressive MS, but also the remyelinating portion of that goes into more research and development.
So thank you for that. The ideas around restoring what's been lost, remyelinating, doing more than just slowing progression are really coming through in so many comments. So thanks for adding to that, Bernadette. I'm going to pose the next question it's almost silly because I feel like you all have already addressed it in many different layers, and that is, what are the most significant downsides of your current treatments, and how do they affect your daily life? I think that's the key point, is draw that line from, I have this side effect to this is the impact. And Matt, you're going to start us out.
Yes, ma'am. So I'm Matt from Ohio. So Paula, I have your back. We're good. You can't take out people from Ohio, I promise. So, as I'm sitting here listening, and I really have been kind of struggling with the downside aspect of it, because I'm on my third DMT. Again, I celebrate my MS diagnosis in November, which will be the 3-year celebration. So 3 DMTs in the span of 3 years. I am now low vision. I was talking earlier, my vision, my physical eyeballs see 20/20, but as far as otherwise, I can't see the screen when it has writing on it. So there's things like that. So the downside of actual treatment, in the current treatment I'm on, which is on Ocrevus, it's every 6 months. So there's an aspect when I got moved to Ocrevus, there was a piece of like, all right, well, you know what? It's not every month. I was on Tysabri prior to that. So you end up with this aspect of, okay, I can get some normalcy, whatever that normalcy is. But the downside is because of Monday quarterback and myself, like, man, why didn't we go right to Ocrevus and not play around with these others? And now that eternal damage is there, I can't sit on that. So from Pittsburgh, don't sit in it. But that aspect of when you open your eyes, you're reminded. Like in my situation, when I open my eyes, I'm reminded. I got a 13 and a 10-year-old. I have a wife that does everything. And we don't have time to quit. Like we're going to stay after it and do all the things. So even when I open my eyes and I get that reminder, overall right now, the treatment, there isn't a downside. Down the road, maybe there is. But if I were to look at that downside, it's just that everything that we are doing currently is just to keep us from getting sicker. Mm-hmm. It's not fixing anything. Mm-hmm. It's just to keep us from getting sicker. Mm-hmm. So ultimately, and that's all of us. All of us are in that same boat. Yeah, that's where I sit with the downside conversation.
So the downside is it's not changing the trajectory. It's just changing maybe the rate of the trajectory. Now, Nikki, I know you've been very patient.
Not a trait of mine normally.
In her defense, they have to be patient.
Oh.
See, the Wisconsin thing here always has to go to football, of course. I just wanted to, I'm observing a lot of the comments, and I'm thinking about, when I was first diagnosed, I was like, okay, they're just going to give me a plan. I'm going to do the plan, and that's how I'm going to do this, right? There's going to be one answer. And instead, so there's a scene in The Sound of Music, and they're doing the marionette show, right? And it's the Lonely Goater. And at the end of it, Julie Andrews is like exhausted because she's trying to keep all the puppets moving, and she's trying to do all the things. And that's like what we're living with MS. And if you need to hire a logistics person, find someone with MS, because I can guarantee they're keeping track of all of their ologist appointments, all of the medications they have to take, all of the appointments they have to go to, like Zach was talking about. And that's like such a reality in this disease. And then when something happens, like I have really bad spasticity, and I'd love to be able to run easier and run longer and run further. But the baclofen causes tremendous fatigue. So I have to take this like trade-off of I'm only going to take it at night instead of take it during the day when I can actually benefit from it. And so I just wanted to point that out, that there's just so many trade-offs, and then the side effects around, like with Ocrevus and the breast cancer risk. I mean, that's something that I really have to manage for other reasons in my life, like, genetic history and mutations and those kinds of things. So thank you for letting me weigh back in. And now you'll never watch that scene in The Sound of Music.
The same again. Please, go ahead.
When I started Ocrevus, I learned a new vocab word, which was crap gap, which is that month right before you get your infusion where you kind of remember you have MS again. And so my doctor tried to help me fix that with Nuvigil and also Adderall and a couple other stimulants. But I also have a heart condition, so my heart started going really, really fast. And so I guess looking into treatments for fatigue that don't involve that stimulant factor might also be a good thing. And then looking into ways that maybe Ocrevus can happen more than twice a year, or at like a 5-month period or a 4-month period instead of that 6-month waiting period.
Yeah, very, very important. Sam has been monitoring the online comments, and what are we hearing from people about downsides and things that are not quite measuring up?
Yes. We heard from Annette, who shared that she's been on DMTs since beta seron in 1996 and have changed several times over 40 years. Now she was taken off meds due to 14 UTIs this year. We need meds to not make us susceptible to infections to a serious degree. I have to take 13 medications as MS affects pretty much every body system. Carly shared a little bit of the flip side to what was just said about the crap gap. Carly shared, I've heard that others like myself really struggle post-infusion. I'm currently making the switch from Ocrevus to Briumvi due to side effects with Ocrevus. I had to advocate heavily for myself to get this change made, as my first MS specialist was only looking for MRI progression and not necessarily side effects. And then just one more, Dee shared some of the treatment approaches that they currently rely on. I see a neuro PT, get out on my A-Link or bike, and most recently started using the Neuro 20 suit. I'm not taking any medications as Ocrevus almost killed me and required about 6 different medications to deal with all the side effects, and took me 543 days to recover after my last infusion.
Thank you, Sam. And thank you to all the online participants who are weighing in with such important written comments. I'm going to go to our next question, is kind of a pair of questions, but short of a complete cure, what specific things would you look for in an ideal treatment? And we've got Andrea.
Yes. Hi, Andrea from Nashville. So first I want to say I'm grateful for all the treatments. When I was diagnosed, there were none. But that being said, you said ideal, right?
Ideal.
So ideally, I would like a treatment that works, safe and tolerable, and is not an injection. I did daily injections for 16 years and then every other day for the next 6 years. So I have like the scars all over my body. So no more shots. But gosh, it's important that it works. Not only the reducing relapses like we're talking about, but this customized symptom management. Specifically, cognitive issues have started becoming more of a problem for me. I'm 56, I still work full time, and I multitask all day long in my job. It's what I've done for decades, and it gets harder. It's harder now. So, so having some of those customized symptom management treatments would be ideal. But the safety and tolerability, that's just as important. Sometimes these meds make us feel like we have the flu, make us have gastrointestinal problems so bad that we can't get too far from the house. And then the whole JC virus, I've heard many of you speak, Kylan, it really struck me. I'm JC virus positive also. You had to decide between staying on a medicine that was working for you and potential death. Like, what are we talking about here? This is not a question. This is not a situation that any of us should be in, but we are. So, so that safety and tolerability are just as important as the efficacy, and no injections. So.
Thank you. Thank you for putting that in the context of like a personalized regimen. And of course, in many areas of medicine, that's what we're hoping to move toward, is what's going to work for you versus the person you're sitting next to in the room. Lauren.
I want to just echo the safety and tolerability as well. Even the more severe issues, gastrointestinal, allergic reactions, etc. But for example, I've been on Tecfidera for 11 years. I've been very fortunate in that it seems to be preventing relapse. But I also get hot flashes at least a few times a week, even 11 years later on this medication. And as you guys have heard, people living with MS are very heat sensitive. So I'm on this medication to keep me from getting sicker. That's making me more fatigued because I get really hot in the middle of the day if I, don't eat breakfast or don't get enough sleep or whatever reason Tecfidera decides that day. So definitely that not only safe but tolerable aspect where we already, are uncomfortable, and these medications that should be helping us shouldn't be making us more uncomfortable in our day-to-day lives.
Thank you, Lauren. Yeah.
Yes, I'm Belinda from Virginia, and I was diagnosed in 2008. If you don't mind, I just want to give a shout out to my husband. 48 years ago, we were married in Madison, Wisconsin. And there you go.
Today.
And I just want, today. Today. I just wanted to say happy anniversary. But I do have a comment on, short of a complete cure, what would I think would be the ideal treatment. Listening to everyone today, and some good suggestions were given, especially by Angela, when you were suggesting, certain monitoring and testing in between, flare-ups and everything. I think that's a great idea. But what I've come to understand from myself too is that some of the best treatments do not involve prescriptions, okay? Prescriptions are needed, okay? But some of the best things, in looking back on my MS journey, because I'm 69, I'll be 70 in April. And I was diagnosed just 17 years ago when I was 52 for a lot of reasons. But I think that I've had MS most of my life. When I look back over the last 17 years, the times when it was a bunch of crappy times, but the times that I really did better or did well were the times, because I retired from my job in 2016, and I know not everybody can, but I wanted to work longer. But the times that I was doing well was when I was doing something that took my mind away from my MS, from being sick. When I was helping someone, or when I was a manager and I had responsibility for 15, and it wasn't a cakewalk. Let me tell you, it was not a cakewalk. But even now that I'm retired, if I just do other things like at church or things like that, but also the complementary therapies that everybody was mentioning, taking D3, exercising, water therapy, things like that. Those are the things when I was actively doing those things, because I haven't been doing them for a few years, and I feel the difference. Plus, my neurologist took me off my DMT because he said I was getting older. I have secondary progressive now, and he didn't think that the negatives, he felt the negatives outweighed the positives. So I'm hoping that the BTK inhibitor gets approved at the end of the year. But anyway, what I would like to really see, if we could have more comprehensive MS centers, even regional ones across the country, that not only addressed neurology, but mental health. I think that neuropsychologists, we need them badly. And because, yeah, oh, good. Because I got the best education on my system, neuroscience and all that from a neuropsychologist. And it helped me. That's when I found out, unbeknownst to me, that I have MS-related ADHD. That was interesting. So I'm taking a class on that. But we need all these different disciplines to really make us a whole person, particularly as we get older, because they won't accept us in any clinical trials or anything. So.
Thank you, Belinda.
Yeah.
So to the idea of personalized care, personalized multidisciplinary care that takes into consideration all the aspects of your life and all the ways in which you want to live as fully as possible. So thanks for introducing that as a component of this ideal treatment. So, Dr. Campbell, the brave Dr. Campbell.
It's been a very fascinating day, and thank you everyone for being willing to share your stories and experiences, taking a lot of notes and having a lot of dialogue with people back at White Oak right now. And I think some of the things we're hearing collectively is also a struggle in some other diseases, right? So, yay, we got all these great new drugs and developments happening, but guess what? Now we're like living longer and aging, and how do we handle that and balance that? And so these are some of the comments I am hearing about. Really great to hear about people bringing up menopause, talking about aging, natural aging, what's the difference between what's going on. But my question I have that can either be incorporated as Kim wraps up or put it into the survey that's still being done is I've heard a lot of conversation today from you guys about being on transitioning, going to and being on different MS therapy drugs, right? And some of it I've heard you guys express about the side effects and really the tolerability. And so my question is, and I'm hopeful that that conversation about treatment at the time, you're hearing about what the potential could be, right? What are those potential side effects? But what really is in your decision making about that tolerability where you say enough's enough? We need to have this conversation again. Is there something else that's an alternative option that may be better? Those are kind of helpful things about where is that conversation piece when you start hearing, because a lot of you guys have already started talking about that. Those are some of your first considerations when you're being offered options. And then, as you are being recommended to move and switch, or you're enforcing and saying, hey, please, it's not working. Thoughts on that as we start wrapping up in this conversation about what do I want to see in a current treatment? I think someone said it really nice, not only work, but is it safe, right? And that's the other half of our job, would be kind of informative for us.
There's a hand over there, and then we're going to take some online comments.
Responding to your question, I think it all depends on the individual. I think in here you probably have a lot of people that would run through a wall if it would make them feel better, right? But I have friends who, I know when I was on Avonex early on, she absolutely refused to take any medication because she didn't want the 2 days of flu-like symptoms. Whereas for me, I would take my medication on a Sunday, be wrapped up in a blanket for a day and a half, but I knew it was helping me in the long term, so I kind of fought through it. So I think it's up to the clinician to know the patient and know how determined the patient is, or if the patient is a little bit more, hey, if this goes a little bit wrong, they're just not gonna adhere to that regimen, right? It's all up to the individual patient. And then life events, right? I mentioned before about, having kids, and went and talked to my doctor, and she was like, all right, are you done yet? And we were like, no, we're not done. And she was like, okay, you have to stay here, but you got a new lesion. The next time we came back, I had my third girl, and I was like, I'm done. So she immediately changed my medication, right? So life events and also kind of the mental state of the patient themselves.
Yeah, I think that's a great way to frame it, as very personal factors go into that definition of tolerability. Samantha, did you have your hand up?
Yes. One of the things that as a mom, one of the things that is not necessarily for treatment, but I would love to see a vaccine for Epstein-Barr. If it's such a trigger for MS that, I'll line my two boys up as the first people to try that if needed. But it feels like that could make a huge difference for those of us that might have high risk for kids.
Yeah, thank you for introducing that concept of prevention into this conversation.
I think a big part of all this conversation, and it probably goes without saying, is education and awareness as patients. And, I credit the society and events like this and the information that the society puts out there for us. But then the education also has to happen on the clinician side. And I feel like, someone had mentioned that there's a lot of areas that don't have MS specialists. And I think, at the risk of sounding disrespect, which I don't want to sound disrespectful at all, but I think somehow we have to better inform everyone who is potentially treating MS patients. And we have to take that responsibility for ourselves, which I think a lot of people in this room do. We all do here. But unfortunately, I think, when we talk about like those neurology deserts and not everyone has the same access to opportunities or education or care. So I think that's just a little side note.
Yeah, we've heard in the room today just the difference between your primary care doctor, a neurologist who doesn't specialize in MS, and a neurologist who specializes in MS, and just their familiarity and confidence prescribing and managing different medications. Sam, we are approaching the end of our time dedicated to this discussion. I told you guys it was going to go fast. What final comments do we have from online participants?
We have a number of comments that have really echoed what we've heard in the room this afternoon, including really tying into Tammy's comment just now. Judy wrote, now there are so many DMTs and you're given a choice of a larger fruit salad of DMTs. We need more information to guide for doctors to guide us on the best DMT without having to experiment. We've also heard some folks mentioning just getting more information and data connected to underserved populations, including older adults, but also those in rural and underserved communities and Native communities. Ashley wrote about an ideal treatment. She said ideal treatment would be something that you can take at home, something that requires minimal doctor checks, two times per year, 5 times max. Something that's anti-inflammatory but also supportive for fatigue, and something that can be supported by other medications for comorbidities. And then just one more. Marguerite says the ideal treatment would safely prevent progression and repair myelin via a manageable protocol, no injections, no overwhelming pill schedules, without significant side effects. I'm very curious about the in vivo CAR T therapy.
Great. That one comment that sort of nicely summarized this many times at home, that's like a perfect prescription. And it's those kinds of comments that are really going to help inform what the next generation of MS therapies might look like. So to all of you here, whether you're in the room or online with us, thank you for so bravely sharing your experiences and for the opportunity to learn from each of you about the ways in which your lives are affected by MS, your experiences with treating the disease, and what matters most to you in terms of the treatment options and gaps that need to be closed. We truly appreciate your willingness to share your experience and perspectives for the benefit of the community and those working on therapies that may lead to more and better treatment options for MS. And just speaking personally, it's been a tremendous honor to be part of today's discussion and to learn from you. So to close today's Shaping Tomorrow Together meeting, I'll turn it over to Barry Talente, the Executive Vice President for Advocacy and Healthcare Access for the National MS Society. Welcome, Barry.
Thank you, Kim. Not only did she do a masterful job facilitating, she also was up here straddling the stool that I'm standing on. So first, behalf on all of us at the Society and those who worked on this meeting, I extend our deepest gratitude to all of the panelists and meeting participants, those of you who are in the room and on the live stream. This meeting would truly not have been possible without your support, your preparation, your involvement, openness, and courage. I know you've dedicated hours of your time to this initiative through the survey, through time thinking about your MS journey and how best to share your thoughts today, and of course, the hours you've spent with us today in this meeting, and as many of you have pointed out, the hours that you'll spend recovering from the stress and trip and the time that you spent here today. I hope that you have felt seen and heard. While every MS journey is unique, I also hope that you felt validated in sharing and connecting with others about your experiences. Through all of your contributions, you are helping to change the landscape of multiple sclerosis. I also want to again thank and acknowledge the contributions made by our partner organizations and sponsors. They're listed on page 10 of the meeting program. This really has been a remarkable collaborative effort. As we reach the end of our day together, I'd like to summarize some of what we've heard from the experts in lived experience with MS, all of you. As I listened to the presentations and discussions, I made note of these 4 themes. First, diagnosis can take many years, which obviously delays treatment. Even among those whose diagnosis of MS followed quickly after seeking medical attention for an acute MS-related symptom like optic neuritis, further testing frequently reveals disease activity that has been present for some time. So there is still an unmet need for better methods of detecting early disease activity to enable intervention at the earliest stage possible to preserve function and interrupt progression. Second, symptoms of MS disrupt lives in big and small ways. We heard from you that symptoms present in a wide variety of patterns, severity, and intensity. Across the MS subtypes, symptoms can have a profound impact on an individual's physical, intellectual, emotional, and social functioning. Symptoms and the often unpredictable nature of MS affect activities on a daily basis and over time, including career and educational attainment, family roles and planning, decisions about where and with whom to live, identity, self-image, and economic security. We heard loud and clear that we need more and better treatments to address fatigue, cognitive changes, spasticity, bladder control problems, and the nether regions, thank you, Rebecca, and the other MS symptoms that would improve your quality of life and put you back in control. Participants also shared a wealth of experience with disease management approaches that include disease-modifying therapies, symptomatic treatments, supportive therapies, lifestyle adjustments, including the use of mobility and other assistive devices, physical activity, diet, and supplements. You all must be exhausted all the time. From all of you, I heard that while we've made incredible progress in treating relapses, so much more remains to be done in treating the progression in every person living with this disease. From those who responded to the survey before October 10th, when we pulled in the data, 25% reported experiencing new symptoms that were not part of a relapse, and 42% reported experiencing worsening of existing symptoms that were not part of a relapse. And you all confirmed this in our discussions. People can progress even though relapses are not happening and the disease may be considered well managed. While advances in MS disease-modifying treatment were applauded today by community members, there is still so much to be done to guide better treatment and care. We heard a desire and a need to understand the best disease management strategies for where you are in your life at key stages of living with MS. Some examples that we heard include safe use of medications in preparation for and during pregnancy and while breastfeeding, and safe use in combination with other therapies, whether while treating MS on its own and when other chronic or acute medical conditions are present. We also heard uncertainty about if DMT strategies should change as you age or considerations for women in peri or post-menopause. Additionally, we heard quite a bit from people who've been on treatments for many years and are uncertain around the current benefits and cumulative risks of many years of treatment usage. Today's discussions have highlighted that even with as far as we have come, there are many unmet needs yet to be addressed that would meaningfully reduce the burden of MS on people's lives, including for care partners of those living with multiple sclerosis. In closing, I would like to thank the FDA for creating this forum for patient-focused drug development and the agency's partnership in bringing it to fruition for MS. With special thanks to Dr. Michelle Campbell for joining us all day today and setting the stage for us in her morning remarks, and to Will Llewellyn, our primary contact point at the FDA, who guided us through the planning process. A recording of today's meeting will be available soon on the website and on the Society's YouTube page. We encourage you to share the link with family and friends and other community members who could benefit from hearing today's conversation. I share a final reminder for today that the Shaping Tomorrow Together survey remains open until December 1st. And with such a robust response to date, as you can see from the interim responses that have been shared, we anticipate this will be a richly informative data set with follow-on analyses and publications even beyond the voice of the patient report. Please make sure that we hear from you before December 1st so your perspectives are included in the final data set. All of today's discussion, including written comments that we were not able to get to, will be part of the meeting record and will inform the voice of the patient report, which will be issued this spring. We'll share the report with the FDA and broadly across our community and with other stakeholders. A final thank you to the entire team responsible for putting this program together, including our partners at the Kith Collective and Kim's masterful job of facilitating our discussions today. Most of all, we are incredibly grateful to all of you, the MS community, for embracing this initiative and for your openness, your courage, and your commitment to shape a better tomorrow for everyone affected by MS. As our CEO, Tim Coetzee, stated this morning, it is an exciting time for the MS community, and you have come together to illustrate and elevate the value of hearing from people with lived experience with MS, so that we can better understand your treatment priorities and aspirations. Your voice matters. Your perspective shapes the future. This is how we will advance the Society's vision of a world free of MS. So I wish everyone a relaxing evening and safe travels to those of you who have been with us in person for this momentous day. Thank you so much.